Hello, everybody. This is the third part in the epic trilogy that is me just opening a bunch of cards. That's what this is. That's what you've signed up for. That's what I'm here for. That's what, let's be honest, my wife has spent money on. This week we are opening the birthday present, though still not my birthday. Appreciate everybody who said happy birthday. Still not my birthday. But we are at part 3. Now, this series started as somebody who really likes Final Fantasy, but knows nothing about Magic the Gathering, opening Magic cards. And by the time we got to the second box opening, we had somebody who knew a little bit about Magic. Like, I could kind of tell if a card was good or not, or rare or not. Not good in the play sense, just like, is it a rare card? Is it a mythic? What is it? I could tell that, but not much else. Like, if I read the card, I don't know. I don't know what it does. Part 3 is different. I now know a little bit about Magic the Gathering. What do I know? I know that there's a lot I don't know, but I did read this. The starter play guide for my starter kit that I got. I opened it. I read this here book. It's for ages 13 up. I looked through the rules and whatnot. And found out that Magic the Gathering is actually, pretty... It's not as complicated as I thought. Part of the reason I never got into it is I thought it was insanely complicated. And it's not that bad. It actually is pretty easy to learn. Difficult to master, as they say. And I watched 2.5 tutorial videos on it. So I know a little bit. I'm going to keep this handy guide open so that I can actually use the correct terms of common, uncommon, rare, and mythic rare for the cards as we go through them. There are going to be some stuff that I still just don't get because, again, I've gone through the basics. I did play multiple games with my stepson. He was the first person I played Magic with. It was a great time, great experience. I played the Sephiroth deck. He played the Cloud deck, and we learned together. We played incorrectly together. It's the best way to describe it, but we did the best we could. I have since taken the deck codes that let you get those decks in the PC game, Arena, and loaded it on there. I played through the tutorial on Arena. I have played a couple against the computer games with those decks in Magic the Gathering Arena, and a couple other things. So I've played a little, I've read a little, and I've watched a little. What does this make me? Does this make me a master? No. This makes me like a D+ student instead of a failing student. I know a little bit. So this is going to be a little bit of a different card opening because we're going to actually think about the cards a little bit more than we have been in the past. And if you've been on this ride with me and you didn't know anything about the cards, we will discover them together. I am not going to try to speak as an authority because I have not played enough to speak as an authority. There are still cards that I have seen that I have genuinely no idea how they work. And I will read them and try and figure them out, and maybe chat will help me out along the way. But the truth is, I'm still just as confused by them now as I was then. With all of that said, let's get to why we're here. We're here because of this table. Right there. Just zoom down. Ready to go. We're going to go through, we're going to open some cards. We got a box waiting here. We got our grabber hand for any cards that are spicy. We have sleeves at the ready. Today we're using just regular black sleeves for cards we like. But if we get something crazy good, if we get something we love that is extra special, let me show you this. We do have special Aerith sleeves for those. So if we get something awesome that we feel really strongly about, we'll get an Aerith sleeve. So that's what we're looking at there. Let's come back here real quick. Production value. What am I looking for in these cards? Obviously, I am still looking for an Emmett Selk. He is the best. I'm looking for an S tier Sid. I'm looking for a Vivi. Would be great. I'm looking for a Tifa. And I found out there was a card for Zodiark. I'd love that. That would be good too. And then, I'm looking for the other unexpected surprises. Stuff I don't know what I'm looking for. So we'll start with that. But right now I think that's what I'm chiefly looking for as we get into this. So that said, let us open the first pack. Chat room, do you want your first call here? Left, right, or center? Where do we begin? What should be the opening? All right, we've got a lot of team left immediately. A lot of people are claiming the left. I'm going to say that Xantar has been the sole voice claiming the center, which means I guess by default, I'll go ahead and say team right for me, just so that we can start this off with a competitive edge. But let's go with what the chat picked almost universally. Let's start with the left here. I'll tell you this. We did not start with an easy to open pack. This one is fighting me. This one is strong. The will is strong. We're going to go through a little bit slower than in the past because, again, we're going to be able to appreciate even duplicate cards at first a little more than before. Throw that there. So we're going to go through. For example, I now know what tokens are. I get it. We got bird. We got hero. I get tokens now. I understand them. But I also get why they're giving you a bunch. So, till we start really hitting those duplicates, let's kind of go through this slow here. Rabanastra, the royal city. So, I now know what a land is. This is a land. It's a town. I see that this can give red or white mana, which again, I now know what that is, and it enters tapped. These are great because this can act as two different color manas for you. This is good. That's nice. But it does enter tapped, but it makes it a great first land to play. Am I opening this backwards? Why are all my rare cards up front and center? I think I am opening this backwards. Hold on. Hold on. We're going. This one's backwards. I was like, boy, I'm already to a foil and I'm already to a rare card here. Let's go in the other order here real quick. All right. Next card. Airship Crash. Let's get it right in there so I can focus. Okay, let's see what we got. We got a green card. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Cycling 2 mana. 2 mana, discard this card, draw a card. So some of these cards, I'll give you an example. Like cycling, I don't know what cycling is. To be completely honest with you. For 2 mana, discard this card and draw a card. Is that what it is? So how does that work? You spend 2. Do you do it at the time you play it? So you spend 2 additional mana than the 3 mana cost. So it would be 5 mana, and then you discard it and draw a card? Is that right? Do I understand it correctly then? This is where the chat's going to have to teach me a little bit. Believe so. All right, well, that's pretty cool. Let's continue in reverse order for this backwards pack we got. We got Heck Dies. Good old Heck Dies. Let's see what Heck Dies does. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. It's pretty good. It's a 1/1. Seems like that could foil some plans. And as somebody who's really taken to playing a death deck, black magic, putting stuff in the graveyard, I've learned is sometimes optimal. I kind of like it. I kind of like putting stuff in the graveyard. Blazing Bomb. Got a red mana card. It's Bomb. See what he does. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. That makes sense because they get bigger. That's the whole thing about bombs. Over time in the game, they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then they explode. You can tap it to blow up, sacrifice this creature. It deals damage equal to its power to a target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so you build it up, build it up, build it up, and then you blow it up, just like a bomb. Appropriate card. Next up, we got Syncopate. Got our guy Seymour on there. He kind of sucks. All right. We got an instant magic counter target spell unless its controller pays X mana. So that would be whatever your generic mana cost is on the card. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. That seems cool and complicated. More complicated than what I can think about at the moment. But it seems good. White Mage's Staff. This is some equipment. This is in the Cloud deck. I know because I played the Cloud deck. When this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. That's where the tokens come in. Then attach this to them, or if you spend an additional 3 mana for a total of 5 mana for this card, you can attach it to a creature you already control. And when equipped, the creature gets 1 attack, 1 defense, has whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life, and is a cleric in addition to its other types. The Cloud deck is pretty cool because you end up creating like a whole party. Is sort of what you do in the Cloud deck. We got Loporrit Scout. It's a green card. Little Loporrit. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until the end of the turn. That makes sense. Growth decks. Little Loporrit. All right, we got the Lionheart Sword. This is equipment. When this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. Equipped creature gets +2 attack, +1 defense, and it costs 2 mana to equip. Okay, so how does the equip cost work? So now here's where I gotta learn still. So it costs 4 mana to use this. But if I'm not, but then to equip it, it costs 2 mana. So if I use this, does it just sit like on the battlefield? And then I have to spend either 2 additional mana to equip it? Okay. But I can equip it on a different turn. So let's say I had 4 mana. I could put this on the battlefield, but I couldn't do anything with it because nobody's equipped it. Then next turn, for 2 mana, I could have somebody equip it. Once the card is in play, you pay 2 extra mana to equip it. That's right. Ultima Weapon, for example, that costs 7 to summon. But if the creature it's on dies, it goes back to your field and you can do it again. Oh, so equipment falls on the ground? Like your creature dies and it just drops its equipment and somebody else can pick it up? Do I have to equip it at the time that I play it? Or can I, like, throw it on the ground and next turn have them equip it? And then the enemy could also theoretically destroy it. Okay. You can let it hang out forever. Awesome. See, that's good to know. Look, we're all learning here together. Next up, we have Shantoto, Tactician Magician. And this is a red-blue card. Now that I know to look for mana colors, these cards look really crazy to me. And it also explains why I always thought cards like this seemed like kind of cooler, was because even though I didn't know why, I was like, oh, my brain is picking up on something. There's something about this card. It's the fact that it's 2 different mana types. So this is water and fire mana. Legendary creature, dwarf, wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets plus X plus 0 until the end of the turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If X is 4 or more, draw a card. Pretty cool. Is there a limit to the number of legendary creatures you can have in your deck? Are you only supposed to have 1? I just dropped a bunch of cards. Somebody once told me that their favorite part of this stream was me trying to get a card that I dropped and pick it up. And so this is for you, because I dropped like half the cards I had in my hand. You're going to have 4. You can only have 1 in play. Is it 4 the same or 4 legendary creatures in total? I think it is potentially different, because Commander, you can't have any duplicates, right? Okay. I'm going to just yell as I go. I got to go under the desk. I got to get all the cards. It's all the stuff we're going to open next. So I gotta get it. I found them. We're good. I got them. I mostly got them. Hold on. Okay, we're back. Oh my gosh, I gotta not drop any more cards. It's way more production to go get them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a duplicate, but a duplicate of a card I like very much. In fact, we're going to go ahead and sleeve this one. So we have our first sleeve of the day. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. We have Sid, Timeless Artificer. We have OG Sid from Final Fantasy II. Now, what's funny is I was told last stream that this is the rarest Sid. But he is also my first duplicate Sid. What do we think of that? Yeah, he's gonna get sleeved. I hope he enjoys it. So manly. Yeah, he knows. He's like, I'm building a legacy here. Okay, well, I've tried both sides to open on the sleeve and neither of them worked. Okay, there we go. We got it. First sleeved. There we go. He can sit right there. Should we try and get him upright? There we go. Let's get him where... Oh, man. What are we doing? We had it, and then we lost it. That's good enough. It's good enough, he said, before messing with it more. There. Good enough. All right. I didn't read what Sid did. Well, let's hope we get another Sid. We'll read it next time. Tifa's Limit Break. I can't even see Tifa. This is very busy art. Where is she in there? She's in there. She's in there. She's not easy to see, but she's there. Okay. This is an instant. It's green magic. Tiered. Choose one additional cost. So you can do Somersault for no extra mana. Target creature gets +2/+2 until the end of the turn. You can do Meteor Strikes for 2 mana. Double target creature's power and toughness until the end of the turn. And Final Heaven, which is 6 generic mana and 1 green mana. Triple target creature's power and toughness until the end of the turn. That's very expensive, but that would be very powerful, I would assume. It is only until the end of the turn, so definitely kind of feels like a limit break. Like that's good theming right there. All right, we have our first foil card. It is a foil Commune with Beavers. If you're going to commune with beavers, let it be in foil. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Speak with beavers. All right, next up we have a rare. It is the Wind Crystal. I don't know if I've gotten the Wind Crystal. My crystal collection, I would like to have all the crystals. I think that would be fun. It is a legendary artifact. White spells you cast cost 1 less mana to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much instead. For 4 generic, 2 white mana, you can tap it. Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until the end of your turn. So that's expensive, but that does a lot. It's pretty cool. And we have a full alternate art card here. We have Orphan Cocoon Falsey. Look at that thing. Thing's great. I believe this is your Final Fantasy 13 business, so I don't know much about it. Legendary creature, elemental avatar. During each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a permanent spell of each permanent type from your graveyard. Whoa. It's got weird costs, though. You got to have a death, land, and, death, basically black magic, green magic, blue magic, and 3 generic. So you got to have lands of 3 types with that one. It's my understanding. But we'll go ahead and sleeve that because that's, look, that's alternate art. That's a full art card. I have not learned the terms. I believe there are terms for these things. I don't know those yet. But there we go. Chat, I think that was a strong first opening. Let's find out what Xantar, who was the only person by the end that picked middle. Let's see what Xantar got us. And let's try not to drop them this time. Nailed it. Okay, we got our bird wizard token. Man, this one's also upside down, so we're going to open it this way. Maybe it's always been upside down. Maybe I just got confused. So we got the Balam T-Rexosaur. Let's see what this is. So it's got Trample. I do like the idea of Trample. When this creature enters, you gain 3 life. Forest Cycling for 2 mana. 2 mana, discard this card, search your library for a forest card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. It's a 6/6 with trample. I don't know a lot of the keywords, but I know trample. And I know trample is good because hitting the player is good. That's what I learned. If there's one thing Magic the Gathering's taught me, hitting people is good. Let's talk about Cornered by Black Mages. I still love this art. Bo finds this art very funny because he says it makes black mages seem like a pack of rats. He's not wrong. It is a sorcery. Target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay, so they kind of just they kind of just grow and beat you up. That makes sense. That seems like a pretty good card. The Red Mage's Rapier. I like Red Mages. Let's see what this has to say. Equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2 attack until end of turn and is a wizard in addition to other types. So that's pretty cool. So that actually... Here's why that really fits. Like that's why I kind of like this. So that requires spell casting, which the whole thing about a red mage is that they fight with swords and then they also cast spells. So this gets buffed off of you casting spells to do more physical attack damage. Perfect theming. Good job. Very clever. See, now I'm appreciating it at a different level. This is why I did want to do this before I knew anything, and why I wanted to do it after learning a little bit, because I'm beginning to actually see how well themed the deck is. These cards are. We got combat tutorial. I had to do a few of these. It is a sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards. Put a 1/1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Oh, well, you would target yourself, right? It's not that you have to target. I was like, why would you do that? That sounds like you're helping your opponent for no reason. No, you could do that to You could do that to you, unless you were trying to have them run out of cards. Then I guess you could do it to them. Right? We have the Cloudbound Moogle. I played with this card the other day, earlier today. It's flying creature, 2/3. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on a target creature. And then you can do plane cycling. Discard this, search your library for planes card, reveal it, put it into your hand. If you want to get rid of it, that's an option too. You got some Moogles. Keykirin Merchant. Blue mana, creature, beast, citizen. For 1 mana when you tap, you can draw a card, then discard a card. For 7 mana when you tap, you can sacrifice this creature, draw 3 cards. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let's keep going. Speaking of towns, Adventurers Inn. This is a land. It is a town. When this land enters, you gain 2 life. So you put it down, you instantly are going to get 2 life back. That sounds awesome. And you can tap it to add white mana. That seems like a really good land to have. You know, if you need it. Eject. We got Aerith getting spit out of a snake. This spell can't be countered. Return target non-land permanent to owner's hand and draw a card. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Chocobo Racetrack. It's an artifact landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token. Oh, there's where the birds come from. Whenever a land you control enters, this token gets 1 attack until the end of the turn. I'd have to think about that one. I'm not advanced enough to hear that and go, I know why that's good. That one would require some thought, which I don't. I'm not thinking enough about it. Let's talk about Judge Magister Gabranth. This is a white and black mana card, which is cool. Legendary creature, human advisor knight. This creature can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. He's a 2/2. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on the judge. That seems cool. I actually think that might be a fun deck to build. I don't know. Black and white seems like a cool concept. I kind of like the idea. All right, we have... It's a duplicate, but we have a duplicate rare. Here it is. From father to son. It's a sorcery. Search your library for a vehicle card. Reveal it and put it into your hand. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, put that card onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. Flashback for 4 generic, 3 white. You may cast this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. So it seems like a good way to get a vehicle card. I don't know how many vehicle cards there are in this set. I know the car is in the set. I don't have it, but I know it's in there somewhere. All right, let's get into the last 3 here. We'll start with our land card, which is a basic land, an island, blue mana. Let's talk about our foil card, which is Aerith Rescue Mission. That's a good foil to have. Sorcery. Choose 1. Take the elevator. Create 3 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Or take 59 flights of stairs. Tap up to 3 target creatures. Put a stun counter on one of them. If a permanent with a stun counter would become untapped, remove it instead. I like this card. Now I understand it. I didn't know what we were talking about last time with it. It's kind of a fun novelty. You can either take the easy way, which just gives you a quick little bonus, or the hard way, which just hinders your opponent. And now let's get ready here because we're gonna have to sleeve another card here. Nimbler28, thank you for 5 community gift subs. Appreciate it, and you're building the tension because I just said we're gonna sleeve this next card, which means everybody's excited to see what it is. I've seen it, but they haven't seen it yet, and now here we are. And everybody is dealing with anticipation. We have Bart's Clouser, a full alternate art Amano card. Look at that. That's pretty good. Yeah. I like any card that's an Amano card. I still stand by. I think there should be an extra rare 2 versions of every one of the Bart's cards, and there should be a Butts version of every single one. Although I know these cards came out in Japan, and I don't think that joke would work in Japan. But it would work here. We would find it funny. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and sleeve that. Hero of Final Fantasy V, Bart's/Butts. We'll put it in the hands. Put it in the hands. All right. That was a pretty good pack. I'm going to say, Xantar, I feel like you're kind of on par with what the chat did. We're going to do the right side. This is the side that I'm owning. Let's see if there's a distinct winner by the time we get to the end of this here. Let's see if we can figure it out. There is an art card in this one. I do like art cards a lot, so that does potentially help. Okay, first up, we got Warrior's Sword. I've played with this card because this is in the Cloud deck as well. So this is equipment. Equipped creature gets a +3/+2 and is a warrior in addition to its other types. Yeah, makes it a warrior. What else are you going to do with a warrior sword? You know, if you're not going to become a warrior with it, then you're just playing with it. And if there's one thing I've been told throughout my life, it's stop playing with it. We got another Balam T-Rexosaur we already talked about. We got the Namazu Trader. Let's find out what the Namazu Trader does, especially because he's a black magic card. I have found that I kind of like black magic decks. When this creature enters, you lose 1 life and create a treasure token. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2. Just look at the top 2 cards of your library and then put any number of them into the graveyard and the rest on top of your library in any order. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Because graveyard decks are pretty slick. And if you know what's in the graveyard, then you're a happy person. Let's go with Dreams of Laguna. We've seen a lot of these. I believe this is in one of the decks. I think it's in the Sephiroth deck. Surveil 1, then draw a card. And then flashback for 3 mana, 1 blue mana. You may cast this card from the graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. Again, that gets into the strategy of knowing what's in your graveyard and planning to use it properly. We got a regular Aerith rescue mission, no foil. Yeah, the Sephiroth deck sees that one a lot. Prisha's Wanderings is an instant. Search your library for a basic land card or town card. Put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. When you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. That seems like a pretty good way to guarantee you're going to get a little extra mana. You know what I mean? And a little boost. I got a hype chest from that hype train. Let's open it. Let's see what we got. I have an emote of somebody just sucking up food. Great. That's what you've always wanted. All right, the Adventurer's Airship. Oh, here's a vehicle. I just said I don't know how many vehicles are in the deck. Here's one. We found one. This is it. The Adventurer's Airship. It's flying. Whenever this vehicle attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Crew 2, tap any number of creatures you control with total power 2 or more. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature until the end of your turn. And it's a 3/2. Okay, so you can use it as a vehicle and attack if you have two other creatures to pilot it. That makes sense, right? I'm a little confused by I'm a little confused by this one, but I think I'm figuring it out. And it's flying, so that would be good too. Speaking of the Sephiroth deck, the card that made my stepson the most angry and upset, Albed Salvagers. This card drove him crazy. He did not like it, and then I brought it back from the graveyard at one point, and that made him extra mad. So this is a 2/3 creature. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, the target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So as he's attacking me and I'm blocking and he's killing my creatures, I'm telling him to, lose a hit point, and it tilted him. Understandably so. I knew he was getting tilted because it was making me laugh giddily. All right, let's look at a green and white magic card. The legendary creature Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. She has lifelink. Whenever Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Sagas are something I don't know anything about, just so we're clear. I believe they're tied to summons, but I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. They aren't in any of the starter decks, and so I haven't had any experience with it. Put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. All right. Ring of Lucy. It's a funny name. It's a legendary artifact. Tap to add 2 white mana. Pay 2 mana and tap to pay 1 life to tap target non-land permanent. So you can exhaust someone on your opponent's side. All right, we have Capital City. This is a land. It is a town. You can tap to add white mana or spend a mana and tap to add 1 mana of any color. Cycling for 2 mana, you can discard this card and draw a card. So this card can actually do lots of stuff. It might be a good way to get some of those weird cards that have 3 different types of colored mana requirements. Man, speaking of vehicles, we got another vehicle. We got a rare. We have the Lunar Whale. Look at that thing. This is a 3/5 flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. And it has a crew of 1. Very cool. Our foil card for this evening is Retrieve the Esper. This is also in the Sephiroth deck. Create a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact creature token. Then, if this spell was cast from a graveyard, put 2 1/1 counters on that token. And you can flashback for 5 mana, 1 blue cost. You may cast this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. Then we got a foil island. So if you're gonna have an island that's a foil, that's it. If you want a fancy land, if you're sick of playing all these normal lands. And then we have from the art series, the Sage's Noliths. This is actually the second time I've gotten this art card. I joked about sending one to Kyle. I think maybe guaranteed I'll send one to Kyle now. I got 2 of them. So we'll go ahead and put it in a sleeve, because if he doesn't already have one, I don't know if he does or not. I'll check with him. But I feel like he should have it. Put it there. My side definitely didn't win. That was the disappointment of the 3 for sure. I feel like Xantar and chat, you could have a debate as to whether or not their side won on that one. Next level. Here's what we're gonna do. Next level. We're going to do the same thing, actually. I thought about forcing... It's not fun to force people to pick. Okay. Chat, which side do you want to claim? Left, right, or center? Do you have an opinion? Mid. Mid. Oh, it looks like chat might be claiming mid this go round as the winning deck of the next row. Is mid going to be the chat's choice? I do see Mater with a right. Well, you know what? We'll let you claim it. I'll take the left side this time. We'll start with me, seeing as I was such a disappointment last time. Really a little too much truth with that. Let's see if I can be redeemed. Let's see if I redeem myself. I did get an art card, which I do like art cards, but it was one I already had. So that was a low point. But let's see what happens this time. Through it. Great. All right, let's get through it. We have a Gubu Gardener, a fantastic name for a card. He's so happy. He grew 3 dandelions, and he's just overjoyed. It's 1/3, tap to add a green mana. Oh, it's okay. So he just gives you some more mana. That's pretty good. If you want to tap him. So, okay, let me ask you guys. Look at this guy. When it puts a tap icon on there, notice how I demonstrate a tap. See? It's tapped. Does that mean you specifically tap it for that purpose? Or if I attack with him, he becomes tapped? Does it then apply as well, or is it an either-or situation? It's either-or. So I can attack with him, and I don't get mana. Or I can tap him and get mana. Okay. Perfect. And a small request. I know Magic, but not Final Fantasy as much. Care to get into any characters or things in the card that sparks memories? We'll get into some of that. Don't have a ton of memories from a Gubu, except that I know that. Well, I also don't want to spoil too much, but I guess it doesn't matter because you literally can't even play this. I do know that a rogue Gubu is what killed. What's her name? I can't think of it. Minfilia's, was it her mom or dad? Now I can't remember. It's all gone. Sparking memories, yes, but sparking knowledge, no. Gubu Gardner. You cannot tap to kill Minfilia's parent. Sephiroth reads. Funny enough, not part of the Sephiroth deck. I don't believe. Let's see. It's a sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards from your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You may cast this card from the graveyard at the flashback cost, then exile it. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Final Fantasy VII, Sephiroth does his little research thing. It's kind of where he loses his mind. He spends a bunch of time reading before he decides to go kill everybody. Sephiroth reading is a bad thing. Reading is good for most people. It is bad for Sephiroth. He will destroy your village if you let him read books. That's just a fact. Thunder Magic. This will be interesting because I know the schools of magic are represented. We haven't read any. Funny enough, it's a red mana. It's tiered, so you can cast Thunder at no additional cost. Thunder Magic deals 2 damage to a target creature. If you spend 3 mana, you can cast Thundara. Oh, look at what they're doing. So, for those who haven't played Final Fantasy, the magic in Final Fantasy is built upon like wording. So there is a thunder spell. It's your most basic thunder magic. The next level is called Thundara, and anything with an ara at the end is the second tier. And then the next tier is Thundaga. This card represents that because you spend more mana, which is exactly what you do in Final Fantasy to cast these spells, by the way. You spend more mana and you get more powerful spells. So if you spend 3 additional mana, you get to do 4 damage to a target creature. And Thundaga, 5 additional mana and 1 additional red mana, you can do Thunder Magic that deals 8 damage to a target creature. And so higher cost, higher spell, just like in the video game. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. Also, the description of my Final Fantasy X run. Look for it now on YouTube and streaming occasionally on Twitch. It's an enchantment aura. Flash. I don't know what flash means. Enchant artifact or creature. When this aura enters, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and its activated abilities can't be activated. I think there's probably a reason I haven't seen this card. This seems a little... Oh, you can play it like an instant. Okay, so Flash is basically, even though this isn't an instant cast card, you can play it like an instant. Okay, cool. White Auracite. I have used this. This is in, I believe, Cloud's deck. And also has been kind of annoying because this is what gets used against my best stuff. When this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And you can tap it to add white mana. So how do you defeat artifacts? Do you have to use a specific ability that targets them? So you would have to use a spell, because obviously you're not going to be blocking it. So you'd have to hit it with a spell or something. And does it just automatically break? Artifact destruction cards. Counters instants and creature abilities. Okay. And so does it essentially just have 1 toughness, or probably the cards just say it destroys it? It's not like it has hit points. Well, speaking of artifacts, we have Lunatic Pandora. This is a legendary artifact. For 2 mana, you can tap to Surveil 1, and for 6 mana, you can tap to sacrifice Lunatic Pandora to destroy target non-land permanent. So that'll kill things for a high cost, at a high price. Fight on. We've got Aerith healing Yuffie. Yeah, there's nobody else in the background. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. That's good, actually. This is not in the Sephiroth deck, but I kind of feel like I'd like this in the Sephiroth deck. Oh, but it only puts it in your hand. Okay, it doesn't put it in the battlefield, but it'll put it back in your hand. That's still pretty good. But I have been playing a lot with a deck that puts it on the battlefield, which is a cool way to do some cool stuff early. But it's still a very good card. We have Delivery Moogle. You can use a little hat. He's the delivery man. He's delivering stuff. The little Delivery Moogle. There we go. Just had to find the place where it would clarify. Flying. When this creature enters, search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less. Reveal it and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. It's a good way to get a card you need. Useful. We have Queen Brane, however you say her name. Garnet's mom, but not mom. Because, see, the whole thing in Final Fantasy IX is she's not actually the daughter of the queen, but... Okay, let's see. Legendary creature, Human Noble, has prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until the end of the turn. Whenever Queen Braun attacks, create a 0/1 Black Wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this kind of falls into the same cornered by black mages, which makes sense because Queen Braun is partially responsible for the creation of all the black mages. So theming-wise, it kind of fits that it does something similar to the black mage ability. Hold on. I'm getting calls and messages. Let me just make sure it's not an emergency. I don't know. All right, let's talk about the final days. The final days were upon us. This is big if you're into Final Fantasy XIV. I don't want to talk too much about this because Final Days is a bit of a spoiler, but let's look at the card and see what it does. Create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, instead create X of those tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Oh my gosh. You may cast this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. So yeah, theming-wise, it's kind of interesting. It doesn't necessarily fit too great with the idea of the final days from the game, except that it might create despair. But yeah, it's a cool combo card. Chris B, thank you so much for the sub. Thanks for hanging out with us for this. The flashback part does. That is true. It is themed well. I mean, I feel like it's themed as best as you can for it. Okay. The phone tried to translate the message from the call I got, and it made me more confused. So I think when we're done with this pack, I'm going to take a quick break, and we're going to go ahead and see, just make sure there's no emergencies going on. All right. Next up, we have X-Death, Void Warlock. Really good theming on this because X-Death, this gentleman, is basically an evil tree. He's basically an evil tree. So the fact that he is black and green magic is cool. When X-Death enters, you gain 3 life. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X-Death. Okay. So if he transforms into Neo X-Death, which is the final boss of Final Fantasy. Hold on, it'll come to me. Final Fantasy V. So, Neo X-Death has Trample. Neo X-Death's power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. And then he has 3 toughness. So he's kind of like one big kaboom. You put a bunch of stuff in the graveyard, you get Trample with him. He's going to do a lot of damage. He could probably be fairly easily blocked with only 3 toughness. He's not that hard to kill. But that Trample damage will carry through, and that will cause you some problems. The only issue, so you said you're using him for the Sephiroth deck. The only issue is the green mana. You're gonna have to put in some green mana in your cards because he's a green black magic one, and the Siphi deck is blue black. But other than that, yeah, very very cool. That's what the rats are for. That's a good point. Okay, we got a new one. And this one's going to get sleeved because I like the character, and this is considered a rare. So we got a rare we're going to put away, and it's a brand new card. So it's lots of new things for us across the board. We have one Vincent Valentine from Final Fantasy VII. Legendary creature, assassin, frequently called a vampire. Not actually a vampire, but whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Vincent Valentine equal to that creature's power. Whenever Vincent Valentine attacks, you may transform it. So transformed, he turns into the Galleon Beast. There he is right there. He has Trample. He has Lifelink. When the Galleon Beast dies, return it to the battlefield tapped, front face up. So basically, you attack with Vincent, you transform it, then if he dies, you get Vincent back. If I'm understanding that correctly. Does that sound right to you magic connoisseurs here? So you would have to beat him as Vincent, I guess, to remove the card, or simply destroy the card completely. Sounds like he could potentially stick around. Let's keep going with this pack here. All right, we have our foil card of a Sabotender. It's a pretty cool foil card to have, I feel like. Let's try and get it. There we go. It has reach and landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh, that's pretty cool. So you put this down, you can drop a land and do 1 additional damage. So it's almost like a guaranteed 1 damage while he's out to everybody. It's pretty good. And the final card besides the token, we got a token. It's a hero and a treasure. Final card besides the token is a land town, Baron, Airship Kingdom. Enters tapped, can be either a blue or red mana. Here we are. Oh, look at the cat found a way to sneak in after all. Yeah, I'm talking about you. All right. I'm sure he is going to leave the second a pack gets opened because he's not going to like the sound, and he's certainly not going to like the fact that I throw the packs up in the air. Some cats might consider that fun. Not him. He's going to be like, no. Yeah, as soon as it made a sound, he's gone. It's like, I'm clearly not going to get pets. I'm just going to get annoyed. All right, next pack. There it goes. Let's get into it. We got Red Mage's Rapier again. We have Town Greeter. Let's see what Town Greeter does. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards, and you may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you put a town card into your hand this way, you gain 2 life. That's pretty good. Yeah, for Walmart Greeter. I mean, mana is very important to green decks, so ways to get guaranteed mana into your hand, probably a good thing, in case the luck of the draw isn't on your side. We got another Cornered by Black Mages. We got a Weapons Vendor. Again, with art that is very clearly from Final Fantasy VII Remake. But they're going to claim that it's just from Final Fantasy VII. It's a damned lie. Let's read what it is. Human Artificer creature, 2/2. When this creature enters, draw a card. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1 mana. When you do, attach target equipment you control to a target creature you control. This seems like a good way to get weapons on your characters, which is typically very expensive. So I'm going to say I'm kind of surprised. Is this in the Cloud deck? I haven't played the Cloud deck very much, so I'm sure I haven't seen all the cards that are in it, but I feel like this belongs in the Cloud deck. For sure. Seems good. Seems powerful for a guy that basically just has an attitude and tells Cloud to F off. All right, we got a Sahagin. I think this is in the Sephiroth deck. I'm pretty sure. It's a creature merfolk warrior. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a 1/1 counter on this creature, and it can't be blocked this turn. I'm pretty sure this is in the Sephiroth deck, because I've used this card. And that's how I've played. So I'm pretty sure he's in there. Sahagin are the Final Fantasy fish people. This one's actually specifically 14. That's where I think of them, but they do have their origins all the way back. I believe Final Fantasy 1 has Sahagin in it. It's basically merfolk. Jail cat. It's a cat with paraglider wings. We're going to have to talk about this one for sure. Flying Vigilance. I don't know what Vigilance does. Can somebody tell me what Vigilance is? I know flying. I don't know Vigilance. As long as you control 2 or more artifacts, this creature gets +2 attack and 0. You don't tap to attack. Okay. So they're pretty good for both attacking and defending. That seems pretty solid. Yeah. Okay, well, here's the thing. I feel like people are going to want to know, if you don't know about Final Fantasy, why is there a cat wearing a hang glider wings? And the answer is I don't know. I'm sorry. It's been in Final Fantasy for a long time. Let's see. This game, this credits Final Fantasy V. I'm pretty sure they might have been even before then. I feel like 3, I want to say, is the first time they turned up. I don't know for sure, though. But the jail cat, Galacat, however you say it, Jaylacat, this cat, sometimes it's depicted as just having bat wings. More recently, typically, it's a little cat in a harness. I don't know. If there is lore behind it, I don't know it. It is a weird thing that I only know from Final Fantasy, and I don't know why the cat is wearing a little hang glider. I wish I could tell you. What I can tell you more about is Magic Pot. Not because of anything you might be guessing, but because these are pretty common in Final Fantasy, Magic Pots. Card credits Final Fantasy V as well. It is a artifact, creature, goblin construct. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. Sacrifice this token to add 1 mana of any color, or you can spend 2 additional mana to exile a target card from a graveyard. Theming-wise, magic pots are kind of interesting. They are enemies, and if you give them items, they do reward you. So you don't typically fight them so much as give them stuff. But that's about the connection there. All right, here's one I'm excited to see what the card does, because I like the character an awful lot. Ultros, the obnoxious octopus. I think of him primarily from Final Fantasy XIV, because that's where I first encountered him. But this is crediting Final Fantasy VI, where he first appeared. He is an obnoxious octopus. He keeps showing up. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. If a permanent with a stun counter would become untapped, remove 1 from it instead. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 1/1 counters on Ultros. That's kind of crazy. So if you spend something expensive, he gets kind of super powered, which makes sense because it kind of goes with the reoccurring theme of a boss. Like 2/1, he is kind of weak at the beginning, but then he comes back and he's stronger. So the idea of like a mid boss that you encounter multiple times is kind of referenced with something like that. It's my guy, Zidane, Final Fantasy IX. The Final Fantasy they won't stop teasing that they're going to remaster and continue to not do it. Let's read about Zidane, Tantalus Thief. Legendary creature. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent token from you, create a treasure token. Okay, guys, this sounds complicated, and I think it makes sense. So when you play this card, you get to control a creature that your opponent has. And so you get to attack with it. It has lifelink and haste. until the end of turn. So you're going to get healed off of its attack too. That's pretty good. That seems pretty strong. Is he in the cloud deck? I feel like he would work in the cloud deck. All right, let's talk about Tonberry. I like Tonberries. I have no idea if they're thematically accurate, but let's read it and see if we can find out. This creature enters tapped with a stun counter on it. If it would become untapped, remove a stun counter from it instead. It has Chef's Knife. During your turn, this creature has First Strike and Death Touch. So Death Touch is it instantly kills whatever it hits, and First Strike means it doesn't get hit in response, right? Like it does its damage first. I think that's right for First Strike. Yep. So, I dropped the cards again. I did the thing I said I wasn't going to do, and I did it. Okay, so how does stun work? So it enters stunned. How do you get unstunned? Is it just during the untapping phase? Well, that wouldn't make sense because that's almost the same exact thing as summoning sickness. I'm not sure. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only person that doesn't know how to unstun a creature. Tonberries. If you know, let me know. If you don't know, find out and write it in the comments. I got to go rescue some cards from the floor because I screwed up again. Hold on. I just got it. The problem is I keep playing with them while I'm reading about the card and then I drop them. All right. I got them. We got it. We're all fine here. Maybe I should just do the rest of the show from the floor. No, that's a bad idea. I won't yell it up. Okay, hold on. I'm coming back. I got to roll the chair over. All right. Oh my goodness. We did it. We made it. We're back. Hi, everybody. All right. Relentless. XATM092 from Final Fantasy VIII. This is the spider. Chases you through the streets. Relentless indeed. It's nonstop. And you defeat it multiple times. It's like Nemesis. It's like the Final Fantasy version of Nemesis from Resident Evil 3. This creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. Makes sense. If you pay 8 additional mana, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it. If a creature with a finality counter would die, exile it instead. Okay, so that actually that totally fits with the theming I just described. You fight it, you beat it, it gets back up, and it keeps coming. And it's strong. So all right, Death Scythe is here with our description about stun. Yeah, so it gets a stun counter, so it doesn't untap one time before you draw, you normally untap. So you put it down, it gets a stun. Then during the untap phase, you would remove the stun token, but it would still be tapped. Right? Or summoning sickness. It'd still be tapped. So then you would have another turn. So it's basically going to sit on the field for essentially 2 turns, barring any other external effects. Get a good drink. I was going to do it sneakily, and then I realized it passes right in front of the camera. There's no hiding it, so I'll just announce it to everybody. All right, let's do our next one. The Darkness Crystal, a rare. We've gotten the Darkness Crystal before. We've seen it before. Let's see what it says. Black spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. For 4 mana and 2 black mana, tap to put a target creature card exiled with the Darkness Crystal onto the battlefield, tapped under your control with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it. That's pretty cool. I feel like I said I don't know if there are any vehicles in this set, and the set has responded by showing me all the vehicles. Because here we have a foil cargo ship from Final Fantasy IX. It's where the crew hides away while you're on the run at the beginning. Flying, Vigilance. You can tap to add a white mana. Spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. It has crew 1. Okay. Another vehicle. And a foil of the vehicle at that. Then we have a forest land. Pretty typical business, and our token. All right, work our way across. This would be the right side deck for anybody that remembers at this point, if they chose to pick the right side. Throw it. All right. We got an art card. I can tell you that much. All right, let's go through it. We got Red Mage's Rapier. We've seen that before. We have the Bard's Bow. More equipment. This is equipment that is new to me. It's green mana, so let's see what it is, because it's not part of the deck that I've used. Equipped creature gets +2 attack, +2 defense, has reach, and is a bard in addition to its other types. And you can get Perseus's Bow, equip for 6 mana. Okay, so you equip it to a character that you already have. So it's you can either create a 1/1 that has an additional 2/2, or you can equip it to something that you already own to get that 2/2 and reach on it. Cool. Q-Trub Forayer. I feel like this card looks specifically not from Final Fantasy, because it's a zombie horror. From Final Fantasy XI, when this creature enters, choose 1. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Okay, we've seen this merchant before. The Aerith rescue mission continues. They're going to keep trying to save her. All right. It's the question on everybody's mind. What does the instant ramen do? We've seen this card. We've seen this card in foil form. Now it's time to finally determine what is the point of instant ramen. And I will hopefully understand it. It is a artifact food. It has flash, so it can be cast as an instant, is my understanding. When this artifact enters, draw a card. Spend 2 mana to tap and sacrifice this artifact. You gain 3 life. Oh, so it just does what instant ramen does. When you get it, you get a card, just like in real life. And when you eat it, you gain 3 life. That's just instant ramen facts. That's not even tied to Final Fantasy. That's just how it works. We have an Iron Giant. It is a artifact creature demon. It has vigilance, reach, and trample. It is a 6/6. That is a very powerful card, I believe. But it costs 7 mana. So it is expensive. Let's go ahead and read the quote. It's from Final Fantasy 15. The Iron Giant is both hostile and powerful, using a giant blade to fell its foes. The mere mention of its name strikes fear into the hearts of drivers who know how perilous the roads are at night. That's right, because it's from the driving one. The driving Final Fantasy. I haven't played any of. All right. It's my guy, Gaius Van Belsar. Let's find out what's going on with him, because I'm curious. When Gaius Van Belsar enters, choose 1. Each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice. Each player sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice, or each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice. So he comes in, and your sacrifices are going to be made. And honestly, so Gaius Van Belsar is in Final Fantasy XIV. He is a antagonist when you first meet him, but he is complicated. He is not strictly... He's kind of heroic, but heroic for the bad guys, right? I kind of feel like that card sort of reflects it a little bit. It's like, you can play him, you're going to get him. He's going to do good for you, but he's also going to do bad for you because he operates on his own code. It's not just what you want. It's what Van Belsar wants. Let's move on to the Choco Comet. This is another one I'm excited to see what it actually does, because the red Chocobo in Final Fantasy is an arbiter of chaos. Fighting these, they kill you. They summon a bunch of meteors, as seen in the art. Red Chocobos are deadly. So let's see what this is. This is a sorcery. Oh, because it's just the comet. It's not the red Chocobo itself. Choco Comet deals X damage to any target. That being how much mana you decide to put into it. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, this token gets 1 extra attack, 0 defense until the end of turn. So that makes sense. It can be a devastating attack if you put the mana behind it. Quina, the Q Gourmet. Legendary creature. She's a Q. If 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. For 2 additional mana, you can sacrifice a frog and put a 1/1 counter on Quina. That makes sense. Quina eats frogs. She collects them. So you can make frogs, you can eat frogs, and you get stronger from eating the frogs. Perfect sense across the board. All right, here's one of the ones that I am curious about, because I have not learned anything about these, so we're going to read it together and see if we can understand what side quests are. Hunt the Mark. It's an enchantment. When this enchantment enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then, if you control 3 or more treasures, transform this enchantment. So then, okay, so it makes sense. So it's an enchantment, you put it down, it has criteria, and then if you meet that, you get this, which is its flip side. which is Yizmat, the ultimate mark. It's a legendary creature dragon, 5 attack, 6 defense. You can spend one mana, 1 death mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Yizmat gains indestructible until the end of your turn, and then tap it. That seems pretty cool. I like the idea of these side quests now that I kind of understand them. Machinist's Arsenal. More equipment. You can attach it to a 1/1 token, or you can spend 4 mana to equip it. Equipped creature gets +2, gets 2/2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer in addition to other types. So that's pretty powerful. That's a pretty nice enhancement. And our foil card is, we spent a lot of time talking about him or not talking about him, so maybe it's fitting. We got a foil Jellicat. It's the cat that just wants to fly. Then the land we got this Windhurst Federation Center. It is a green or white town. And we got an art card. I'm going to say a very cool art card. I like this. We'll go ahead and sleeve this as we usually do with art cards. We got Squall. Cool looking Squall card. We'll stick them right there. All right, let's keep moving because we got a lot of packs to go. Still, we're only down two rows, with many more rows to go. Actually, it's going to take a long time because I can't even get this pack open. This pack, I've had some difficult to open packs today. This one is proving the most impossible. Yeah, going to be a 6-hour stream. The good news is once we see duplicates, I'm going to stop reading the cards as much. Might just stop in general for the sake of my voice, but we gotta see how it goes. We gotta read about Blitzball Shot, though. How do you not read about Blitzball Shot? Everybody loves Blitzball. It's Blitzball. What's better than Blitzball? Nothing. Target creature gets 3/3 and gains trample until end of turn. Actually, that seems really good. Hold on now. Who over at Wizards creating cards loves Blitzball? Because that seems like a hell of a card to me. So, yeah, I guess Blitzball is popular. Here's the rat that was talked about. The Undercity Dire Rat. Here's the guy. As Xantar says in chat, my favorite. Let's find out why. Is a 2/2 rat creature. It has Rat Tail. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. It's an artifact, which you tap to sacrifice the token and add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so here's your gateway. You get treasures. He is your gateway to getting alternate mana colors, which lets you introduce cards like X-Death. All right, so we talked about sagas and how I didn't know what they were. We finally got one in the form of Summon Girlfriend Ifrit. We've seen this card before, but let's see if we can figure out what a saga is. It costs 2 mana, 1 red mana. As this saga enters, and after your draw step, add a lore counter, sacrifice after 4. Okay, so it seems like this card sits there and... I don't know, someone's going to have to describe sagas. I'm trying to figure it out. So 1 and 2 of these lore counters, I believe, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And then 3 and 4, it can act as a source of fire mana. But it is a creature, so you can attack with it too. So does it build? Is that the idea? After your draw step, add a lore counter. So after 4 draw steps, it's limited. Sacrifice after 4. So you put it out, you get the creature. If I understand this correctly. You put it out, you get the creature like a normal creature. You can do 1 and 2. Or you can do 1. Then you get to your draw step, you add a second lore counter. You can operate there. And then for the next 2 turns that it's out, you can treat it as like basically a land to get an additional fire mana. And then after that, he's gone. So it actually kind of matches the summons. It's limited. You only are going to get it for a couple turns, it sounds like. And then they go away. Yeah, it matches the theme because summons, they take time to build and then they go away. I think that sounds good. I feel like we figured it out. Let's talk about Ice Flan. There he is, the Ice Flan. Credited from Final Fantasy X. Also appears in other Final Fantasies. When this creature enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And then it has island cycling for 2 mana. Discard this card, search your library for an island card. It's a 5/4, so it's a pretty powerful card. I start to get confused with the cycling and the stuns. I'm trying to understand stuns. It makes sense in my head, what I've heard about stuns from chat today and all of that. But I feel like every time I've played it and encountered it in the game, it feels like the stuns are permanent. And maybe they just kept using it and I wasn't noticing it, or maybe there was language, but I never felt like the stun wore off. It felt like it was forever. So I don't know. But speaking of Cloud's deck, which we weren't, but I'm going to say it as if we are, and it becomes a transition. Slash of Light. This is an ability in Cloud's deck. I am familiar with this. Deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to a target creature. We have the artifact of the world map. I am curious. Let's see what the theming of a world map is. It only costs 1 mana. Tap to sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a basic land card. Reveal it. Put it in your hand, then shuffle. Or for 3 mana, you can tap to sacrifice this artifact. Search your library for a land card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, and then shuffle. So you can spend more mana and keep the map, or a little mana, and then you gotta... Oh, no, both sacrifice... Hold on, what's the difference? Both sacrifice the artifact. Search your library for... Oh, one's for a basic land card. The other is for any land card. Okay, I got it. We got Galif's Final Act. A little bit of a spoiler. Until the end of turn, target creature gets +1 attack, 0 defense, and gains when this creature dies, put a number of 1/1 counters equal to its power on up to one target creature. So that makes sense. It's basically a way to power up another creature by sacrificing yourself, which fits because this is sort of your heroic sacrifice card. You know, this is Galif giving up his life against X-Death to try and save the day. It doesn't quite work, but, you know, damn it, he tried. All right, next we have Prompto Argentum, or however you say his name. He's one of the Final Fantasy 15 characters. I have not played any Final Fantasy 15, so I have no idea if this is a cool card or not. He does have haste. He has selfie shot. He takes a selfie. I don't know how I feel about that. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. No, I don't think this is CGI. I think this is a painting. I think it's digital art. It does look CGI though. I get where you're coming from, but no, I think it's painted. Locke Cole, one of my favorite characters from Final Fantasy VI. And this is a blue and black mana card. So let's see if this fits in the Sephiroth deck. Let's see what it does. It's a 2/3, has Death Touch and Lifelink. Whenever Locke Cole deals combat damage to a player, draw a card and discard a card. Actually, that would fit quite well in a Sephiroth deck. We might have to figure out a way to put old Locke Cole in it. Because that's pretty good. All right, here is our weird card that creates a giant card. So I am going to read about this because I do kind of want to understand it a little bit. Fang Fearless LC or IC or however you say it. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you may draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. Melds with Vanille. So I don't know how melding works. That's the part I don't understand, but we can see the back part of the giant card. The Beast avatar is a 7/6 with Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, and Haste. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target non-permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a fusion, so if I put both cards out, they can fuse to become this. That seems crazy. That seems complicated. I feel like that's not something they will put in in any of the starter decks I'm playing with. All right, let's see what else we got. We got an alternate art card for a summon. I like this. Summon Fat Chocobo. Look at those Moogles trying to lift him. They're doing their best. I like him a lot. We're going to sleeve him. Fat Chocobo getting the sleeve treatment. The flavor text is a pleasantly plump summons. How true, how true. We have some legendary equipment. We have the Mass Immune. Funny thing is I actually have the alternate art for this card. But here's the regular one. The Mass Immune, as long as equipped creature is attacking, it has first strike and must be blocked if able. Equipped creature has, if creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature or an emblem. Equipped creature has, if creature dying causes a triggered ability of this creature or an emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. It only costs 2 to equip. Masamune, John. No, I don't care. Call it the Masamune. I've been saying it. I've been saying it that way since I played Chrono Trigger as a little child, and I am not going to easily change it completely. I understand it should be Masamune, Masamune, but it's not that easy for me. If they wanted me to say it right, they should have had voice acting on the Super Nintendo. Anyway, there it is. There's the card. All right, we got a foil for Summon Primal Garuda. No, I'm fully aware I say it wrong. I heard other people say it, and I thought, they're saying it wrong. So I researched, and I found out, no, I'm the one saying it wrong. And then I went, no, it's the children who are wrong, and I refused to change. Okay, let's see what the Summon Primal Garuda is, because I do like Garuda. This is from the Final Fantasy 14 version. It's a saga, which we continue to not fully understand, but I think we kind of get it. This one sacrifices after 3. So at 1 lore counter, you can do Aerial Blast. This creature deals 4 damage to target tapped creature and opponent controls. And then at 2 and 3, you have Slipstream. Another target creature you control gets 1 additional attack and gains flying until the end of the turn. It's pretty good. I do like Garuda. And then our town is Guado Salam, the Far Plain Gateway. Enters tapped, add green or blue mana. And then we got a hero bird token. Look, I think it is important and valuable. I think you should learn and do your earnestness in this life. To grow, to become a better person, to evolve. But at the end of the day, I think sometimes, especially if it isn't hurting anybody, that's maybe the most important part. Sometimes you just have to stick with what you care about, even though you know you're wrong. Some terrible advice, but there's the advice. Just don't insist on it if it's something that hurts somebody. That's all. We've got the Mysidian Elder. From Final Fantasy IV, when this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast. So your typical wizard token. Seems like all the wizard tokens kind of have the same effect. Here is, we just got this alternate art Fat Chocobo. Here's what it is alternate art of, because here's our Fat Chocobo summon. I like the alternate art a lot better, which is the way you should. They should be more sought after. It would be weird if you liked the regular one better. Let's talk about the Black Mage's Rod. A lot of inappropriate jokes have been made about the Black Mage's Rod on this stream, on other streams that I've done. Let's find out what this rod actually does. It does exactly what all the Black Mage stuff does in the game. Equipped creatures get 1 additional attack, 0 additional defense. Has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard in addition to its other types. All the Black Mage stuff is the same. Coral. It's a coral. So let's see. It's 2/2, creature cat beast. For 1 regular and 1 white mana, tap to target non-enchantment creature. So this allows you to target other things. That's pretty good. Now, early versions of the coral, although this one is being represented by Final Fantasy 15, but early versions of the coral, they insta-killed. So that's not necessarily true of the creature anymore, but if this was an early version of a coral, I would expect it to have a higher cost and maybe have something like Death Touch or something like that, because early on, they basically would instant kill you. Let's talk about ice magic. I kind of feel like it's probably similar to lightning magic. But let's go ahead and read it and just see. Oh, no, it's different. So, like the others, it has Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizzaga. But instead of damage, return the target creature to its owner's hand. Target creature's owner puts in their choice of top or bottom of their library. That's for 2 additional mana. For 5 additional regular 1 blue mana, target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Which makes sense. Ice magic is all about control. I feel like that's a control ability. Let's talk about fists. Guys, have you fisted lately? This card's going to tell you how. For only 2 mana, you can fist as much as you want. Let's read about it. Equipped creature gets 1 additional damage and is a monk in addition to its other types. This seems kind of like it's cheap. So I get that the idea is cheap, but it definitely seems a little underpowered considering how powerful monks are in Final Fantasy. Maybe there's a synergy. That seems a little weak. It's like the same thing that the Black Mage does, but the Black Mage, when you cast a spell, also gets to hit everything. I don't know, but it's also really cheap to cast. And there's a lot of abilities that go off of equipment, so maybe it's okay. Let's talk about an Ahriman. These floating eyeball things. They frequently paralyze. Let's see if that has anything to do here. It doesn't. From Final Fantasy III, Flying and Death Touch. For 3 additional mana, you can sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card. So it'd actually be pretty good in the Sephiroth deck. I'm going to keep saying that about everything, but that's the deck I have, so I acknowledge that I'm being obnoxious. Sandworm. It's a worm. 5/4. Oh my god. It's a serious sandworm. From Final Fantasy V, it has haste. When this creature enters destroy target land, its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. That's kind of crazy. It's not often they let you destroy land, at least from cards I've seen. Usually it very specifically tries to prevent you from attacking land, so that seems like a very powerful card. Magitech armor. Another vehicle. So we continue to run the gamut of vehicles. When this vehicle enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. That art's weird. Yeah, it's modeled off of the Final Fantasy. Well, is it? Yeah, it's modeled off the Final Fantasy VI Magitech armor, which looks a little more like that when you fight against it. But yeah, it's a little. It's built a little more off of the combat screen. What am I trying to say? I don't know. Let's talk about Rydia's return. I've lost the thought. It's gone. So let's talk about Rydia returning. Another big spoiler moment for Final Fantasy IV, the return of Rydia, character you assume is dead and then comes back. It is a sorcery. You get to choose one. Creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. Or you can return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. That makes sense. You thought a character was dead? They're back. And inspiring. So you can choose to either inspire or bring back the dead. Bring back the dead. I cannot get these to stack up. They don't want to do it. They don't want to help. And the art's really nice too. Ooh, okay. This one, we have a mythic rare card. So let's talk about it. We have Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. From Final Fantasy VI, Go-Go was one of the hidden characters. For XX mana? What does it mean? Okay, hold on. Magic people? What does it mean when it's double XX? Because that's generic mana, right? So that can be mana of any kind. I know the X means as much as you want, but why are there 2? It has to be 2 different types? Or you just have to... Because if it can be any mana... So it's going to divide it. Whatever I pick, it's going to be divided. Copy target. Well, I bet. Hold on. Let me finish reading the text, and I bet it will explain. I just need to read the text and not get stuck at the very first part. Tap. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control blank times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied, and the number can't be 0. It didn't explain it. Bo covered this on his bonus episode, John. I'm sorry. I haven't listened to it yet. I did some research. I just haven't listened to Bo's episode. The quote is, I see. So you seek to save the world. Then I guess that means I shall save the world as well. Lead on. I will copy your every move. It'd be faster than these openings? Well, yeah. But clearly these openings are where all my time is being invested. I would have time to listen to it if I wasn't doing these openings. All right, it got sleeved. Go-Go's gonna go right there. Ooh, the beefin'. Oh, this is a cool looking card. Let's look at this. We're gonna sleeve another card, ladies and gentlemen, immediately. We have Baron Rivalry. Look at that. A full art card. Yeah. That one's pretty nice. That one's pretty good. Does that get our first Aerith sleeve of the day? I kind of feel like it does. I feel like this is an Aerith sleeve. I think we're going to do it. I think this is going to be our first Aerith sleeve for today. There it is. See, special sleeve. It gets Aerith. What does it do? It's an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Draw 2 cards and create a treasure token. It's so much more reflective now that it's in a sleeve. It goes in a sleeve. That's what it does. All right, we have a foil Hecdize. It's another one I feel like I should send to Garrett and Kyle, but I'm sure they've gotten one by now. Gorgana, Reactor Town. Got our green-red Mana Town. And finally, a art card of one, well, I was going to say Ultimacia, but it's called Sorceress's Schemes. That's the name of the card it's from. But I like that. That's a cool art card. Chat, what's the verdict? Cool art card? I think it's a cool art card. Verdict's in. Very cool. That was the verdict. That was what was determined. That was a good pack. Everybody, we sleeved 3 cards from that pack. And we're being a little picky about what we sleeve. All right, let's see what's next. The packs are getting easier to open, and they're getting better, which makes me think the easier to open it is, the better the pack will be. It's just a prediction. Okay. And we're going to get faster as we go through these, because, like, for example, we've seen Sabo Tender. We've seen Fat Chocobo. We've seen a couple Fat Chocobos, as a matter of fact. Vane's Treachery. This is, I believe, Final Fantasy 12 business. 12 is also another one I don't have a ton of experience with. This is Kicker. Sacrifice an artifact or creature. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature in addition to any other costs as you cast this spell. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature gets -6/-6 until the end of your turn. I have a request from my wife to set Fat Chocobo aside for you. Okay. We've gotten lots of them. I will set a Fat Chocobo aside for you. We've seen Ice Magic. I like that that's the first one she was like, I need that. Just give me the Fat Chocobo. Paladin's Arms. You know, we aren't talking about the guns. We're talking about a shield and a sword. This equipment, creature gets +2 attack, 1 defense, has ward for 1 mana, and is a knight in addition to its other types. I don't know what ward is. Has ward 1 mana. I don't know what that means. Those who know, let us know. Loperate Scout. Another little bunny. The Adventurer's Inn. We've seen that. One of these days on these videos, I will naturally be able to hold up the card where the camera is best focused on it. Let's see if I can get it. Well, not close enough. Okay. What I got to do is I got to remember this spot in my brain. Bo didn't cover Ward. I can't help you. See, Bo's doing the Lord's work because you all came here and you knew what was up. Opera love song. Let's read this one because I do like the opera from Final Fantasy VI. A Super NES game decided to put in a musical opera. Like, it's cool. Choose one. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards until your next end step. Or 1 or 2 target creatures get +2 attack until the end of your turn. Very inspirational. I like it. I like cards that feel like they're inspiring. All right, we're going to read this one too because we got to figure out what's up with Omega Heartless Evolution. It's another one of those 2 mana types that always makes the card seem like it's way more important, but Omega is pretty cool. From Final Fantasy XIV, I believe, what was it? Final Fantasy IV was the appearance of Omega. Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. That's a lot to figure out. I'm intimidated by this card. And as I am now intimidated, I will put it down and move on. Grahatia. Good cat boy. Archer. Man. Sometimes archer. He's a 3/5. He has reach, and he has the Allegan Eye. Whenever 1 or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability only triggers only once each turn. He seems pretty good. Grahatia, good card. Way to go, Graha. You continue to rock it. Okay, we got one I got a sleeve. Honestly, this is a good card, everybody. I want you to know what I'm about to show you is a good card. It's a rare card. It's an alternate art, full art card. But it is annoying me, and I will tell you why. It's going to annoy me for 2 reasons, but let's go ahead and show you what it is first. We have Vanille, the cheerful, Elsie, icy, I really should play the game and find out. Now, because this is an alternate art card, it means that it also has Ragnarok, the Divine Deliverance alternate art card on the back. Which means it's an alternate art card. I believe you're all beginning to see where my initial annoyance with this card is. Now, it doesn't help that my one memory of old Final Fantasy XIII is that this is the most annoying character ever. Now, I was younger, a lot younger when I played it. My tolerance for annoying characters has gone up, and I might not be annoyed by Vanille anymore. But I'm pretty sure she's the worst. That's what I remember. So it is a very cool rare card of a character I don't particularly like, and now I feel like I need an alternate art card of another character from Final Fantasy XIII so I can complete the set. Maybe I'll feel better because I'm going to sleeve it and I won't see that art on the back. And it will make me feel better. But I do have to be honest, it did warrant an Aerith card back. There she is. I'm happy it exists. I'm happy I got it. But it came with some baggage. It came with some baggage for sure. All right, here is a rare land. This is, man, this is a complicated land. Look at this. This is Xanarkand, the ancient metropolis. This land enters tapped. Okay, that's normal, but it can be used as a sorcery. Create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Put a 1/1 counter on it for each land you control. Then exile this card. So you can either use it as a land. Now, if you use it as a land, can you use it as a sorcery? Will it allow you to do that? Or do you have to pick when you play it which one you're going to do? Either way, it's kind of cool. I'm still a little distracted because Dark J in the chat said no character is nearly as annoying as Tataru Taru. How dare you? Tataru Taru is fine. Tataru Taru is great. You can cast it as a sorcery and then land, but not the other way around. But don't you exile it? Oh, you may play the land later from exile. I got it. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on, I found a flaw. I didn't. They were ready for me. We got a foil of the town greeter. We've talked about the Walmart greeter before. And then we have Charlayan, the Nation of Scholars, which is your white or blue mana land. And then we got a Hero Treasure token. Well, that was a good pack. I think we cleared out that row. We'll start in the middle this time. Middle's been really good. I really hope I got the Fang alternate art card somewhere in here, because I gotta tell you, every time I look up and I see that Vanille, it's bothering me. And the thing is that's not even the cards I would want. Okay, this one's got an art card in it for sure. We got a Blazing Bomb. We'll just go quick on the ones we've seen before. Airship Crash. Sephiroth's Intervention. Also one my stepson does not like. Choco and Mog. A summon of a Moogle and a bird together. Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. Adventurer's Airship. The Loperate Scout. The Crystal's Chosen. This is a big one in the Cloud deck. Diamond Weapon. Let's go ahead and... This is our first weapon card. Let's go ahead and see what it does. Diamond Weapon. Oh, man, it's expensive. 7 unspecified 2 green mana. This spell costs 1 less mana... Costs 1 mana less to cast for each permanent card in your graveyard. Okay, that's why. It has reach, and it's immune. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. Oh, that's pretty powerful. It's an 8/8. It's expensive to summon, but I feel like this goes really good in like a... Like, that would go well with X-Death type of build. Something that puts a lot in the graveyard, make it cheap, and then get it out there, and then you can't kill it. Freya Crescent. One of my favorite characters from Final Fantasy IX. The Dragoon that looks like a red mage. So basically combining 2 of my favorite things in Final Fantasy. Legendary creature Rat Knight. She's a 1/1. She's very cheap to summon. She costs 1 red mana. Ability is Jump. During your turn, Freya Crescent has Flying. You can tap and add 1 fire mana. Spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. So That's pretty cool. That's a good way to simulate the Dragoon jump. And you can get mana from her, too. Garland, Knight of Cornelia. I believe this is one that Bo was using for a while because he talked, or maybe he just talked about it. But it's a black and red mana card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1, for the cost of 3 generic, 2 black, and 2 red magic, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. Activate only as a sorcery. The transformed is Chaos, the other side of him. It's a 5/5 with flying. When Chaos dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. So that's really cool. And here's why this is cool. I'll tell you within the context of Final Fantasy. Garland, the Knight of Cornelia, is the first boss in the original Final Fantasy. He's kidnapped the princess. He's a traitorous knight. And you have to go and stop him. He's the first boss you defeat. At the end of the game, simulated here by the expensive cost and the fact that you're returning him from the graveyard, it's revealed that Garland is in fact a being called Chaos, who has created a time loop of his death and rebirth that you're fighting against called Chaos. So the idea that then you fight a more powerful version of Chaos, which would be late in the game because of the mana cost, and that when he dies, he just goes back to your library, which is your time loop, explaining why it all goes on again. What's the deal with Stranger of Paradise again? The deal is we don't talk about it except saying, I'm going to kill Chaos. We got Squall, Seed Mercenary. I'm going to put this in a sleeve just because I like Squall. We need to protect Squall. I like Squall a lot. He's one of my favorite Final Fantasy characters, so let's read what he does while we do this. He's a 3/4. Rough Divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until the end of turn. Whenever Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's interesting. That's actually that seems pretty good. That seems all right. Why isn't there a Squall deck? I want a Squall deck. I want to build around that. All right, let's see what else we got. We have a foil of Call of the Mountain Chocobo, a green Chocobo, a red mana card. Search your library for a mountain card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, create a 2/2 green bird creature token. Whenever a land you control enters, this token gets 1 until the end of your turn. Chocobo. I've heard Chocobo decks are a thing. I do not have a Chocobo deck. I have a starter deck, and I'm doing my best. Then we got a basic land mountain card. And for our art card, we have Rabanastra, the Royal City. That's pretty. It's a good looking card. I didn't know they made a city for the art cards, but they do. The cities can be an art card. Who said they couldn't? And like we always do with art cards, we sleeve them. I mean, it's not like I'm going to play them anyway, so they might as well be in a sleeve. Protect them. Okay, we'll do the right side now. I think that was a pretty good pack. I don't mind getting another Squall. Get another Freya. I like Freya as well. Lots of characters I like in that, even if not the rarest of the rares. All right, let's look at what we got. Warrior. Hold on, I got to get better at this. Warrior Sword. This is where I'll practice. I'll practice holding it up in the right spot. Not even close. Gigantoad. Let's see what the Giganto does. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +2/+2. So it grows. It's a 4/4, which would make it a 6/6 if you've got a lot of land. Seems strong. Namazu Trader. We've seen that before. I got a lot closer that time to holding it up properly. Combat tutorial. We're getting there. We're almost there. We can almost do it. Jellicat. The Araman. The Adventurer's Airship. Colosseum Behemoth. We'll take a look at this. We'll see what the Behemoth is doing here. So it has Trample. It's a 7/7. It's kind of an expensive card. When this creature enters, choose one. Destroy a target artifact or enchantment, or draw a card. That seems strong. It's expensive to summon, but that seems like a real strong creature right there, which the Behemoths should be. So good on them. Behemoths typically exactly that. They're usually really big, strong attacks. They also sometimes summon meteors, which they don't have that on the flavor, but you could cast Choco Meteor after summoning it. Dragoon's Lance. We haven't talked about a Dragoon job yet. Let's see what it does. Equipped creature gets 1 attack, 0 defense, and is a knight in addition to its other types. During your turn, equipped creature has flying. So this kind of turns you into Freya. You suddenly become a more powerful version of Freya with the Dragoon's Lance. Evil Reawakened. When I talk about cards that upset my stepson when I played, this is a big one. He did not like this card at all. So this, return a target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional 1/1 counters on it. This is the bane of the Sephiroth deck's existence. Like, you will make people sad with that. We got one. Oh my goodness. We got one of the ones we wanted. We got to get a Aerith. We got to get an Aerith sleeve out for this. Actually, we don't really. It's not that crazy, but I'm excited. We mentioned cards I wanted at the start of the stream. We got one. No, it's not Vivi. Let's talk about Zodiark Umbral God. Look at him. Let's talk about Zodiark. Legendary creature God, costs 5 black mana to summon. Has to be that. He is indestructible. When Zodiark enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Oh, that's good lore theming right there. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a 1/1 counter on Zodiark. Oh my god. That thing is cool. It's extremely expensive, but it's so cool. You know what? It is getting an Aerith sleeve. I like the theming on this card, so I don't want to spoil too much. The problem is getting into Zodiark lore is getting deep into Final Fantasy XIV lore, and I think Final Fantasy XIV lore is great and better experienced organically, but the idea of erasing half, sacrificing half for more power is really on theme. We went ahead and gave our Dark God a nice, pretty Aerith background sleeve. That's super cool. Super, super cool. I'm excited to see it, if you couldn't tell. Did I already have this one? I don't know. We got another sleeve card. This is the pack that just won't stop. Uh Next up, we have Van, however you say it, the aspiring sky pirate from Final Fantasy XII. A full art card here of our man Van. Has haste whenever Van attacks. Create a treasure token. Whenever you sacrifice treasure, Van gets one additional attack until the end of turn. Very cool. And that looks like official 3D art. Yeah, credit for artists goes to Square Enix. So we'll sleeve him. Sleeve him alone. Next up, we have a foil of Red Mage's Rapier. More than happy to get a foil card of that. And then we have Baron the Airship Kingdom, which we've seen before, and we have a Hero Food token. That was a good pack. Think I need more rapiers? Probably. You can never have too many, is what I've been told. Look, the Three Musketeers needed 4. Think about it. All right, we've opened the pack. Let's see what we got. There's an art card for sure, because that's the first thing I saw, but I didn't see what it was, so we'll experience it together. First, Commune with Beavers. Then Shinra Reinforcements. That's in the Sephiroth deck. Hold on, Dark J, you are laying down some sacrilege in this chat. Look, I'm not going to ban you. But you're calling Taru annoying. Uncalled for. And now Freya for the Dragoon card and not Kane. Well, I will tell you this. First of all, Freya is just her own card. And she would have been a perfect choice for a Dragoon card because she's good. I do know where you're coming from, though. I understand. But the Dragoon Lance card is it's Estinian. They went with Estinian for it, which makes sense. Well, debatably Estinian. I don't know. We can talk about that all day. But I do believe there is a Kane card. I think Kane is in here. Now we're getting into lore debates. Mysidian Elder, we've talked about. The Rook turret. It's our first time seeing that. Let's see what it does. Construct with flying, 3/3. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Coral. All right, we got it. Here, let's talk about a Blitzball. Now, we already know someone over at Magic the Gathering loves Blitzball. So let's see what the Blitzball does, and let's see if this is awesome. It's an artifact you can tap to add 1 mana of any color. You can also do goal and tap to sacrifice this artifact to draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. Okay, it's pretty good. I'm fine with it. A Hill Gigas. He has Trample and Haste. He's a 5/4. And he has Mountain Cycling. He's a Mountain Cycler. Can't you tell? Look at him. If anybody here mountain cycles, it's that guy. Swallowed by Leviathan. This is a new one. A little bit of a spoiler for Final Fantasy II. Choose target spell. Surveil 2, then counter the chosen spell unless its controller pays 1 mana for each card in your graveyard. Ooh. That could be a hefty penalty. We have another summon. We have the Esper Ramu. So that's another one. Here, Ramu is another example of, I used to say Rama, but I found out it was Ramu. At least that's what I've heard. I guess I haven't done full research, and I've been willing to change, even though I think Rama sounds better. Another summon, Primal Garuda, right after. This is a summoner deck, clearly. Okay, we have to find out what Poo Poo UFO does. If you're not curious about what Poo Poo UFO does, then I don't know what to tell you. We got to figure it out. It's a 0/4 flying. You can tap and you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Or you can spend 3 mana, and until the end of your turn, this creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. Hey, that's pretty good. So in Final Fantasy VIII, there was a UFO that was basically going around sucking up a bunch of stuff. And it makes sense that this kind of falls in line with that, with its ability to kind of drop land down. And from it, you got Poo Poo, the alien. Ooh, we got another... hold on, let me find the right term. Rare card. What's the word? It's rare. But this is another one that I'm happy to see, happy to get. It's 2-1. Legendary creature, Balthiar and Fran. Everybody knows Fran. Balthiar's coming too. This is basically, this is like getting Han Solo and Chewbacca. Is what this card is. If you want to know the Final Fantasy 12 equivalent. Han Solo and Chewbacca. Final Fantasy 12, people get really mad when you say this, except for the part where it's true, is basically Star Wars. And how is it basically Star Wars? Because I can tell you this is Han Solo and Chewbacca, and it's accurate. Let's see what Balthiar and Fran do. They have reach. Vehicles you control get, like the Millennium Falcon, vehicles you control get 1 attack, 1 defense, and have vigilance and reach. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthiar and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1 generic, 1 red, and 1 green mana. If you do after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. Vaughn is Luke. Except not as important. He's like Luke if Luke didn't really do anything, he just sort of came along. Like, all the stuff about you're a Jedi Knight and you've got special powers and you're important, take all of that from Luke's story but still keep him in the story, and then Vaughn is Luke. Balthiar and Fran. So he's Finn? Oh my gosh, that's savage. That's brutal. It's true. But it's mean, and it makes me sad because, like, I don't want to turn our fun little card opening stream into talk about the Star Wars sequels. Okay, but one of the biggest hurdles that Star Wars sequels were going to have was going to be getting you to care about new characters. And while there are many things I don't like about The Force Awakens, one of the things The Force Awakens did a phenomenal job at was selling me on the new main characters. And while I also really like The Last Jedi, sorry everybody, one of the things that every movie after The Force Awakens did was drop the ball on Finn, one of the characters I was invested in. So one of the hardest things to do that was pulled off successfully then got dropped, and it's a damn shame. That's all. That's all the Star Wars talk we're going to do, unless we get more Final Fantasy XII cards, because Final Fantasy XII is definitely Star Wars. We have a foil version of World Map. We also have Insomnia. And we have the card for Insomnia, the Crown City. And finally, our art card, an art card I'm more than happy to get. This is a sweet art card, I would say. We have alternate art of Grahatia. Look at that. Look at that Catman right there. Now, would I have preferred the card version of this art? Yeah. Would I have liked it a lot better than that Vanille card? Yeah. But I'll take just the art card itself is fine. I need to stop being salty about the Vanille card. Maybe somebody has the alternate art Fang card and will trade me something really, really good for it. You know, they want to complete it. I don't. So maybe I can get a good trade going for something like that. Okay, that was the next one. Last time we started in the middle. The time before that we started on the right. This time I think we start on the left. Oh, this one opened easy. You know what that means. This is going to be a good pack. It's guaranteed. This is a good pack. It opened easy. Fat Chocobo. my wife will be thrilled. She can have more than one Fat Chocobo. Sephiroth's Intervention. Call of the Mountain Chocobo. Magitech Infantry. Combat Tutorial. The Weapons Vendor. Crossroads Village. Let's see what this does. It's a land, it's a town. This land enters tapped. As it enters, choose a color. Add 1 mana of the chosen color to tap. Okay, so it just sort of becomes that. Unexpected Request. This is by the way, if you want the lore, if you want to know why it's an unexpected request, it's the thieves. That's Zidane there. He was tasked with capturing the princess. The princess, he bumped into her, and she requested to be kidnapped. So it is an unexpected request in the form that they were both there for the same purpose. It's a sorcery. Gain control of a target creature until the end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until the end of turn. You may attack an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of your next end step. And it's the quote is from Zidane, "I shall hereby do my best to kidnap you." I like that. And it basically does what the Zidane card does, to a degree. We have Renoa Heart Lily. A white-green card. When Renoa Heart Lily enters, create Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. She can do the Angelo Cannon. Heartily? It is heartily. Thank you, Xantar. It is heartily. But don't we all have lilies in our heart when you think about it? No? Okay. Whenever Renoa heart I can't do it. It can't be done. I cannot not see Heart Lily. Whenever Renoa heartily attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until the end of turn for each creature you control. Renoa heartily. Truly the bagel of cards. That was a joke for one person watching the stream. Let's talk about elixirs. It's an artifact. This artifact enters tapped. For 5 mana, you can tap to exile this artifact, shuffle all your non-land cards from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards you shuffled into your library this way. Wow. That's actually pretty good. That seems pretty strong. If you want to do a deck that like throws a lot of stuff out, you're in danger of potentially I don't know, doing stuff. Let's talk about this rare card, the Earth Crystal. I swear I've gotten all the crystals by now. I think this was the last one, but I don't know. But I feel like I've gotten them all. This one's the Earth Crystal. Green spells you cast cost 1 mana less to cast. If you have one or more 1/1 creatures would be put on a creature you control, twice that many 1/1 counters are put on that creature instead. I said creatures, I meant counters, so that made no sense to me, and it probably made no sense to you. For 4 regular 2 green mana, distribute 2 1/1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. Yeah, I've got all the crystals, all the Infinity Stones. What is going on here? Oh, I see what's going on. All right, Esper Origins. It's a sorcery. So let's see how this works, because this is interesting. So this is one of those that has a summon on the back, and it's a sorcery on the front. So, Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. If this spell was cast from the graveyard, exile it, and then put it onto the battlefield transformed under its owner's control with a finality counter on it. How do you do the saga? Okay, this is an area where I get confused. I don't know how to do these two things. Everybody should go watch Bo's bonus episode from Core. Maybe you will learn what a saga is and how that card works. I don't know. All right, we got a foil summon for Summon Anima. This is big if you're a Final Fantasy X. It's a foil Anima. Yes, Xantar is excited, so we all should be excited too. For 4 generic 2 black mana, you can summon it. For the first 3, you get Pain, you draw a card, and you lose 1 life. But then, on 4, you get Oblivion. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Seems pretty good. Foil Anima. Speaking of foil, we also got a foil Wastes. Look at that. That's a good looking Wastes card. Basic land. hero, and elemental tokens. That's where we wrap that pack up. Next one. We gotta. I should sleeve the anima. You're right. That's fair. I've been, and I don't know why, because I got more sleeves. I've been really stingy with the sleeving today. But I'm being frugal. But I'll put it in a sleeve. There you go. All right, next one, next pack. Let's do it. Okay, this one was really easy to tear the pack, but it tore perfectly down the middle, and now I can't get anything done. Now it's stuck. Now it's coming apart in pieces. Everything has gone bad. Everything has gone wrong with this. Now we're going to find out if difficult to open packs are better. Because the last one was pretty good, and it was easy to open. This one is really hard to open. Let's see if it is good or not. It has art in it. Okay. Thunder Magic. Gubu Gardner. The Marlborough. So Marlboroughs are a creature in Final Fantasy that their whole big thing is they have bad breath. And bad breath is really bad in Final Fantasy because basically it spews out and it gives you just about every status effect you can have. Typically. So let's see what they did for the Marlborough. It's a 4/4. Bad breath. Obviously. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Yeah, that sounds like it's an AoE bad breath. That sounds rough. Actually sounds like this would go kind of okay in the Sephiroth deck. Yeah, X-Death and Sephiroth. It seems like that would be a nice card to have. The Keychurn, however you say it, merchant, we've seen before. We talked about it. The White Mage's Staff. The Ice Flan. Phyton. You know what? We learned last time that if I make a story about the cards, I get better cards. So maybe next pack we'll put that to the test. The Coral Sword. Artifact equipment. Flash. When this equipment enters, attach it to a target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until the end of your turn. And the equipped creature gets 1 additional attack. I would talk more about what Coral Swords are in Final Fantasy, but I actually can't remember what they do. What makes them special. The Cloud of Darkness. I know I really liked getting them, but I can't remember what they did. Cloud of Darkness is a legendary creature avatar flying 3/3. It's a bit difficult to summon. It's 2 mana, 1 black, 2 green. It fires a particle beam. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets minus X until the end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So another one that would be good because big graveyard damage. Realm Sketching. This is another one that bothered my stepson in the Sephiroth deck because you create a token that's a copy of a target artifact, creature, or land. I used it to copy land when I was trying to get something really big out, and that was not looked at fondly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Bo Schwartz special. Side quest, catch a fish. This is a card made for Bo. as a thank you for his tutorial on Magic the Gathering. And because Bo likes this card so much, let's not just put it over here. Let's read it in depth, what it does. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature card, you may reveal it and put it in your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment. It then turns into a land, which is a cooking campsite. So you catch the fish. I like the theming on this. It means you caught a fish. You can tap to add white mana, or you can spend 3 mana to sacrifice an artifact and put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. I do have a question. Magic the Gathering card players, I need you. When it says sacrifice an artifact, is that only your own? You can't use this to sacrifice an opponent's artifact, right? Or could you do that? Think it's either? That seems really good. At least if they're playing artifacts, but could be mistaken. Your own artifact. Only your own. Okay. That does make a big difference. Oh. I think we need to get the Aerith sleeve out. Maybe difficult to open is good because it's time for another special sleeve card. I knew it before we even got to it because it's a two-sided one. Jill, Shiva's Dominant, a alternate art version of it, which means we also got an alternate art of Shiva, Warden of Ice, for the backside. When Jill enters, return up to one other target non-land permanent to the owner's hand for 3 mana, 2 blue, tap to exile Jill, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery, and then you get Shiva. So she can transform into Shiva. Very cool card. It gets the Aerith treatment. From Final Fantasy 16. I happen to know all these ones where you can see the number behind are considered the more better ones. That's what I'm going to say. The more better. Hey guys, is that a cool card? What does Shiva do? I don't know. It's too late. I already did the thing. I'm sorry. But I'll make it up to you by showing you this foil Grand Pulse Ochu. Ooh. Doesn't that make you feel better? It's a 1/1. It has Death Touch, but if you spend 8 mana until the end of your turn, this creature gets a +1 attack, +1 defense for each permanent card in your graveyard. Then we got Trino, the Dark City. And as teased earlier, we did get an art card in this one. We got an art card of Ruinous Ultimatum, Kefka, and it's a signature one. So, very cool art card. We'll go ahead and sleeve that as well. Trino, we want to talk about Trino, maybe the best city in Final Fantasy. It's a Final Fantasy 9 city. It definitely stands out. So it's a blue, enters tapped, it can be blue or black magic. I do like Trino, except the only problem with Trino is that in Final Fantasy 9, this is where you have to play Tetramaster. And that is the worst card game in the history of Final Fantasy. So, other than that, Treno is a very cool city. And the auction house. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there. It's a dark city. I like the fact that it's always nighttime there for some reason. It's good. Let's go to the next one. Let's see if our luck holds when we tell a story with our cards. That was something we did last time, and we got lots of cool cards as a result. So, haste magic. Although I feel compelled that I need to talk about this because I haven't talked about haste magic yet. Target creature gets +3 attack, 1 defense, and gains haste until the end of turn. Exile the top card from your library. You may play it until your next end step. Haste magic. So they cast haste magic on the town greeter to make him better at his job. Because of this, he acquired a Black Mage's Rod. How, you might ask, does that work? Well, with his additional speed, he attacked somebody with a slash of light. That someone wasn't just any someone. It was, in fact, a Scorpion Sentinel. But this Scorpion Sentinel did summon Choco and Mog to aid it. But not to be deterred, the town greeter called forth a Hill Gigas to fight back. The resulting battle revealed the sorceress's schemes, which was to turn the town on itself all along. And while he died, he was revived through the help of a Phoenix Down. Which gave the town greeter the chance to summon his own anima. Using equipment he had confiscated, such as an astrologian's planisphere. Let's see what that does, because I do like these equipment cards. They're interesting. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has whenever you cast non-creature spell and whenever you draw your third card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Interesting. I like that because the astrologians are all about drawing cards, so it's a card that gains a bigger benefit from drawing cards. Oh, I feel like this is going to have to get a sleeve. I don't know if this is super rare, but I do know it's next to impossible to get in the game. And if you do get it, then you are a monster who's playing way too much. We have Excalibur 2. One of the hardest items to get in the history of Final Fantasy. I don't know if the card's hard to get, but I'll tell you Excalibur 2 is hard to get. Legendary artifact equipment. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Equipped creature gets 1/1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. The ultimate sword used by a legendary king. It was forged in another world. That sounds quite powerful. For those who don't know why I'm saying it's so hard to get, Final Fantasy is a slow game typically. That's the idea anyway, right? Random encounters, you sit back, you do your thing, you read a lot of text. It is not a speed game unless you're a speed runner. However, Excalibur 2 in Final Fantasy IX can only be obtained if you get to a certain point in the game in a certain amount of time, and it is tight. It is not easy to do. It's a big old dick move. That's what it is. So it's a really great weapon, but unfortunately you have to basically ruin your experience playing the game to have any chance of getting it. As Xantar in the chat says, you basically have to skip everything. Lame. Hey, if you ever do remake Final Fantasy 9, don't put that in it. Or find a different way. Maybe put it in it, but future playthroughs you have it or something. I don't know. Just don't do it the way it is, because it's not good. Okay. Last cards in the pack. We have a foil white mage's staff. We have a regular land island. And then we have our token of a hero and a robot warrior. Yeah, New Game Plus, or, make it an earlier part in the game and maybe it scales, something. It's also only usable by one character and he's not always in your party. Also, while we're talking about things to put in a Final Fantasy IX remaster, can you make Beatrix playable, please? Let her join your team. Gang? As was intended, yeah. Throw that out of here. All right, next pack. Summon Girlfriend Ifrit. Commune with all the beavers. This isn't a list of cards. This is just a list of things I expect you to do today. Heck dies. I don't know how you're going to do that, but it's on the list. Retrieve the Esper. This is chores. This is just chores, the Final Fantasy. Magitech Infantry. I'm assuming now it's comma. Retrieve the Esper, the Magitech Infantry. You also have to get that. You also have to get the world map. Okay. Don't worry. They have them all at the Adventurer's Inn. You can get them all there. Just go down to the Adventurer's Inn. Man, it really is doing a good job of telling the story. When you're done with that, please reach the horizon. Okay? Another clearly Final Fantasy VII Remake piece of art. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and or town cards with different names. Put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good card. It's expensive, but it's a pretty good card if you're trying to get your lands out there. Cargo ship. This is how you can reach the horizon, okay? You can go by cargo ship. Nothing will get you there quicker than that. Please go with Adalbert Steiner. Speaking of Excalibur 2, here's your guy who wields it. Good old Steiner. I love him. He's the best. Let's read what Steiner does. He's very cheap to summon. That makes sense. He has lifelink. Adalbert Steiner gets 1/1 for each equipment you control. Chivalry requires a knight to look after his comrades in arms. I will not abandon you. I love Steiner. He's so good. I hated him when I was a kid. Thought he was the worst character in Final Fantasy IX. As an adult, I think he's the best. Oh my gosh, guys. It's another Blitzball card. All right, let's talk about it. Side quest. Of course it's a chore. This is all chores. Play Blitzball. You want to talk about a chore? We're going to play some Blitzball. It's an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2 attack until the end of turn. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment and then attach it to a creature you control. And then it becomes the world champion, a celestial weapon. I think this is a reference. My understanding is you do have to play Blitzball if you want the best weapons, at least for a character. Probably, I would assume Waka, as is depicted here. But it gives you legendary equipment. Let's show the art. World champion, celestial weapon. Double overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2 attack and has double strike. Equip for 3 mana attached to a creature you control. Equip only as a sorcery. Blitzball continues to be super important. Here's a cool one. This is a rare card. Maybe we'll go ahead and sleeve this because this seems a little unique. We got Balam Garden Seed Academy. I think I've gotten some alternate art ones of this too, actually. Land enters tapped. You can add green or blue mana, but for 5 mana and 1 green and 1 blue, you can transform this land. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each other town you control, and then it becomes the Balam Garden Airborne, a 5/4 flying. Whenever Balam Garden attacks, draw a card. It requires 1 crew, and looks like that. Pretty cool vehicle. All right, let's see what else we got. We have a foil Gyat, King of the Butts. Do you want to see your King of the Butts in foil? Here he is. Then we also have a foil of Guadosalam. And then a treasure hero token. Next pack. I like that people have been rooting for me to get Vivi. You guys, I think I have accepted that the closest I'm going to get to Vivi is the art card of Vivi that I got last time. I wouldn't argue with it. I do like Vivi. He's my little dude, but I don't know if I believe. I'm happy that you all believe. I really want an Emmett Selk. That's what I want more than anything. Blazing Bomb. Blitzball Shot, which we found out was a super good card, much to my dismay. Cornered by Black Mages. Coral. Sage's Nowlith. It's more than art now. Now it's a usable card. Fight On. Another Zidane, Tantalus Thief. Another Lionheart. This seems very similar to one of the packs I opened earlier. Like, eerily so. Okay, here we go. Thief's Knife. That's a new equipment card. Let's find out what the Thief's Knife does. Equipped creature gets 1/1, has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and is a rogue in addition to its other types. Nice. Build a thief deck. We have Jador, the aristocratic capital. This is from Final Fantasy VI. It's another one of these cool towns where you can cast as a sorcery for 4 regular, 2 blue mana. Target opponent mills half their library rounded down. That's kind of crazy. And then you exile this card and you may play the land later from exile. That's kind of nuts. Let's see what we got. Oh boy. Here he is. We'll put him ironically in a Aerith sleeve. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. It's actually the second time I've gotten this card. Let's see what this Sephiroth does, because this is different than the Sephiroth deck. He's 2 regular, 1 black mana, 3/3. Whenever Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life. You gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. He transforms into Sephiroth, 1-winged angel. He's flying, 5/5, supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth, 1-winged angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. Pretty cool. And though it is a little sacrilegious and kind of wrong, we put him in the Aerith sleeve. Aerith will protect Sephiroth, you guys. She will. All right, we got another cool alternate art card. Vana'diel Adventures from Final Fantasy XI. That looks neat. Creature, human, wizard. If you would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, you win the game instead. Oh my goodness. What a twist. What a twist. So you basically put this card down and then you try to get rid of all your cards as fast as you possibly can. I kind of like it. I kind of like it a lot. And then you just win the game. All right, we got a foil. Ooh, we got a foil side quest. So we got foil raise a chocobo, which is a quest. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment into a black chocobo. Now a foil black chocobo. When this permanent transforms into black chocobo, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Whenever a land you control enters, birds you control get +1 attack until the end of the turn. That's pretty good. Then we got Insomnia, the Crown City. And speaking of birds, we got a bird hero token. I'm surprised I have 2 Sephiroths. I was told that was a rare card. But we got 2 of them. Again, maybe I can work out some cool trades. I'll go to my local gaming hobby shop and be like, what do you give me for sweet Sephiroth here? Or maybe I'll feel better about playing one if I do that. Okay, we got Last Judgment. New pack. This is a new pack, a new chance for greatness, everybody. We got Chocobo Kick. Kicking Chocobos. We got the Q-Trub Forager. We got the Item Shop Keep. Popular in the Cloud deck that I've played. The Scorpion Sentinel, as mentioned before. The Fate of the Suncrest. Magic Damper. Slightly less powerful than the Magic Wetter. Thank you. I'll be here till the end of the stream. Ether. How do they represent Ether in the game? Let's find out. It's an artifact. Tap. Exile this artifact. Add blue mana. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Okay. I kind of see that. It's a way in the games to get mana back. I guess that makes sense. We've seen this one before, but we have Ashe, Princess of Dalmasca. That is your Princess Leia stand-in. She's a little bit more Luke in Final Fantasy 12. Like, Van is definitely Luke, but Ashe is kind of the one that has more destiny about her. Like, Luke duties got split between Luke and Leia in Final Fantasy 12. I'm going to keep the analogy going because I know how mad it makes some people who like Final Fantasy 12 that are like, it's not Star Wars, except it's totally Star Wars. Circle of Power. This is what black mages in Final Fantasy 14 have to stand in to do a better job at their job. But because you have to move constantly, they are always sad because they always have to move out of their circle of power. You draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life. So, okay, look, you get something, you lose something. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with all the usual stuff. Wizards you control get +1 attack and gain lifelink until the end of the turn. I do like they put a little despair on it to acknowledge the hardship. Okay, well, hey, remember when we got that alternate art for Jill, Shiva's Dominant? Well, now we have Jill, Shiva's Dominant, the regular art for it. And I can tell you what Shiva actually does now, because I can read it. So at 1 and 2, Mesmerize, target creature can't be blocked this turn. She's a 4/5. Let's put it up there. Show. And at 3, Cold Snap. Tap all lands your opponents control. Exile Shiva, then return it to the battlefield front face up. So then she turns back into Jill. So she comes in. She freezes your lands. It's actually pretty good. Because they're not going to be able to do much next time. Dark J31, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. Sorry for hating Tataru. It's fine. Oh my gosh. What is this? This is another... We're going to be sleeving a lot from this pack, apparently. Here we go. Next, without trying to drop all the stuff on the ground. Here's an alternate art card here, we have Shantoto's Coercion. Looks super cool. It's a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. Search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand, then shuffle. Jeez. It's a one regular, one black magic cost. It's a good way to just guarantee you get a card. That's pretty good. It's $7.99 for this card. Thank you, Sector 7. I've missed you. You usually are here, but I do believe this is the point where I have to say it's worth more than that to me. All right, we have a foil of Fight On. We looked at that card earlier. Aerith Savin Yuffie. We have a foil of Rabanastra, the Royal City. It's kind of hard to tell that one's a foil. It is. Take my word for it. It's a foil. And for our art card, I feel like I've gotten this art card before, but I don't think I got the signature one. We have Dion, Bahamut's Dominant, as a signature art card. So that's pretty cool too. We'll put that in as well. Oof. I feel like I've been really stingy with what we put in here, and it's already filling up. Maybe we need to move it. We'll do the hand again later. I mean, that's fine. Maybe we do a mid-stream check-in with what we've gotten as rare cards so far. So let's, seeing as we've cleared the hands, here's what we've sleeved so far. We've got Art of Dion, Signature Art of Dion. We've got Shantoto's Coercion. I will one day be able to say that without looking at the card. We have regular art, Jill Shiva's Dominant. We have an alternate art of Vana'diel Adventurers. We have Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. We have the Balam Seed Academy. We have Excalibur 2. We have this Kefka art. I can't remember the name of the art because it's now sleeved, and I don't know. We have the alternate art. This is probably the rarest, I would guess, of what we have. The alternate full art Jill Shiva's Dominant in this style. If I had to guess, that would be what I would guess is the rarest thing we've gotten so far today, I think. A foil of Summon Anima. An art of Arman Grahatia. Balthier and Fran. Vaughn, Aspiring Sky Pirate. Zodiark, the Umbral God. Art of Rabanastra. Squall, Seed Mercenary. Oh, right. I forgot about this one. Sector 7, if you're looking, this one is one I would be curious about. I put this one out of my brain because I wanted to forget it. We have the alternate art of Vanille, the cheerful, icy. The card that I'm happy to have. Oh, sorry. Jill is worth $31.50. That's pretty good. She's worth more than that to me. But that's pretty good. Vanille's worth $7.87. She's worth less than that to me. That's $7.80 too much. Actually, that does give me hope that I can buy the Fang ultimate or alternate art for cheap. And maybe I'll just buy it and then I won't have to be annoyed by the fact that it's there. We got this Ultimacia art card. We got this really cool looking Baron Rivalry card. I like that. Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. The alternate art of Fat Chocobo. Squall art. Fang Fearless Icy is $4.96. Great. You know what? We'll be able to complete this just fine. I don't have to be mad anymore. Vincent Valentine. Is it Icy? How do you say it? Elsie? Is that a lowercase L? Ulcy? Icy? 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 It's Icy? Where's the Oh, Lassie? Lassie? I don't like anything that I've been told here today. Nothing about that looks like that's how you say it. We got this card that I said I should send to Kyle. We have this cool alternate art of Bart's Clouser. I forgot where we started. We started with some cool cards. Bart's Clouser. He's pretty cool. La like la la la. Lassie. It doesn't, there's no A. Where does the la sound come from? We have Orphan Cocoon of Falsey. Note that it's not... Okay. I'm sorry. We have to talk about this. Where's the camera? Camera, hello. Okay. Elsie... it is spelled... Hold on. It is spelled L... It's a French thing. Here's the word. A-L. They have A's in their stupid made-up language thing. Falsy. That basically is the same thing, but spelled the way it should be. Lossy. So anyway, we got Orphan, the Cocoon of Falsey. And then we got our man Sid from Final Fantasy II. The Final Fantasy II Sid. That's what we have sleeved so far today. They'll live right there with whatever else we sleeve. What was the last one? Which last one? The Sid? We got Sid, Timeless Artificer from Final Fantasy II. He's Final Fantasy II Sid. And then the one before that was Orphan. Orphan. The Cocoon of Falsey. I thought I dropped more cards, but it's just wrappers all around me. Orphan is $2.87. Worth more than that to me. Look how much content we've gotten out of its name. All right, let's open this pack up. Let's throw the pack in the air celebratory because it is good luck. We got Call of the Mountain Chocobo. We got the Balam T-Rexosaur. We got Vincent's Limit Break, which is good because we got Vincent earlier. We have White Auracite, which is, I guess, as close to a Minfilia card as we get. We got Syncopate. Paladin's Arms. Lunatic Pandora. Do you have any snacks while opening? No, I wish. I'm slowly becoming more and more hungry as the stream goes on. It's gone on really long today. Summon Fenrir. Let's see. Sacrifice after 3. You get Crescent Fang for 1. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffled. At 2, when you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it. And finally at 3, Ecliptic Growl. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. A 3/2 wolf. Well, it's true. I would get snacks on the cards. Man, this has been a Blitzball-centric box. Titus. Blitzball star. Here he is. They should have made him laughing. What does Titus the Blitzball star do? Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a 1/1 counter on Titus. Whenever Titus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. All right, he's pretty good. He dies easily. Accurate. Reno and Rude. I like these two a lot. So I am going to take a moment to find out what they do. Let's see what Reno and Rude do. Oh, and they're a black mana card. So let's see if I'm going to put them in a deck. They cost 1 mana, 1 black mana. They're a 2/1. Menace. What does Menace mean? Magic the Gathering people. What is Menace? Whenever Reno and Rude deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what this card does. This is advanced Magic the Gathering. Bo told us all this. I haven't listened to Bo's bonus show yet, which I can happily say because he's not in chat right now. I will get there. I've tutorialized in other ways. I'm going to supplement with Bo. He wasn't my first tutorial. He's going to be probably my third tutorial. The problem is I know Bo too well. And nobody should ever have somebody they know too well as their introduction for something because you immediately doubt them because you know they're fallible. You should always learn from someone you don't know well because then you will treat them as a subject matter expert. That's just the truth. That's good advice. And if that sounds mean, it's only because it is, but it's also true. Let's talk about the gold saucer. I will listen to it. Same reason you don't get into business with family? Yes. Yes. And look, I think probably everything in Bo's episode is probably very accurate. But I need to learn from someone I don't know first, and then I need to hear from someone I do know. That's just how I work. It's like reading the dungeon, the D&D book, the basic rules before your friend tells you how to play Dungeons and Dragons. That's how I have to learn. It's the same principle. Let's talk about the gold saucer. It's land, it's a town. You can tap to add generic mana. You can tap, flip a coin. If you win the flip, create a treasure token. That's if you spend 2 mana. Or you can spend 3 mana, tap to sacrifice 2 artifacts and draw a card. Gambling, which makes sense because it's the gold saucer. We got Furion, the Wild Rose Warrior. We got this last time. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it. That's because Final Fantasy II was big on the dual wielding, holding something in each hand. Yeah, good theming with Furion there. We got, I think this might be our second foil Ice Flawn of the day. A lot of Ice Flawn flawning around. We got a Swamp. And we got a Bird Wizard token. Everybody's going to go to Bo's stream and be like, John said he didn't want to listen to your tutorial because he doesn't trust you. It's not true. It's not what I said. It's what I implied. It's not what I said, though. All right, next pack. We got Thunder Magic. I will say, in Bo's defense, everything he's ever tried to teach me, he's done a good job on. Communing with beavers. It's more my hang-up than an issue with Bo. Undercity Dire Rat. Xantar, there's your Dire Rat. He's back. Cloudbound Moogle. I've got to stop dropping and catching the card. No wonder I've dropped so many cards. I keep being like, check it out. Now catch it. And it doesn't seem like much, but that little move alone will put a lot of cards down on the floor. Magic Pot. Like there is any other kind. Blitzball. 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 We got Blitzball here. Nobody cares. Primal Garuda. Swallowed by Leviathan. Poison the Waters. That's a mean thing that Kefka did. Let's see if it's mean. Guys, let's read it. Sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -1/1 until end of turn. That's mean. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature from it. That player discards that card. That's also mean. Hey, this is a mean card. So it's accurate. Because remember when Kefka poisoned the water and he killed that guy's family? That was mean. That's a mean thing to do. Oh, look at this. We got a nice card here. I don't know if it should go in an Aerith sleeve, but I feel like fittingly it should go in an Aerith sleeve. Not for bad reasons, like when I sleeved Sephiroth. But now we'll sleeve it because we got Aerith Gainsborough. I've gotten this card before, but, you know, main cast of Final Fantasy VII is probably going to get sleeved. And we'll go ahead and sleeve her in a Final Fantasy VII Aerith sleeve. It's just appropriate because there she is, and there she is. It just goes so well together. It's some real beautiful symmetry we've created here. And it's our first sleeved of this set. Can we put that where it shows? There we go. All right. So the next card has actually been spoiled because it's a double-sided one. And it's another rare card. So we should just get right into it, I guess. We're going to be sleeving this one as well. It will, you know what? We'll use an Aerith sleeve for this one. Chat, do we want to play a game? I'm going to keep giving hints. And whoever gets it right can pick the next pack we open. It is an alternate art card of a character. It's double-sided, so I already know what it is without looking. It is a character from Final Fantasy VII. It is a card we have already gotten today. It's an alternate art of a card we've already received. Xantar got it real quick. Congratulations. But the real congratulations is to me. Who got the card. No, but seriously, congratulations though. That card is good. Look at how good the art is for that card. I was stoked. So, like I said, it spoiled it because as soon as I got to the next card, that's what I saw. And I was like, oh, good. I know what it is. $47. It's worth more than that to me. I like this Vincent card a lot. I was so excited I got Vincent earlier today. I was like, oh, that's a great one to get. I didn't know I was going to get a cool alternate art Vincent. Cool card. Somewhat anticlimactically, next we have a foil of Capital City. And a mountain. It's always, because when you do it in this direction, you always end with like a mountain, a land, and a token and stuff. So it always feels a little bit like, oh, there's the stuff we're really excited for. And then here's that. Okay, Xantar, you won. You get to pick next. Left, right, or center. Or you can be more specific if you want. Like you could say last pack, there's 4 cards on the left, there's 3 in the middle, and there's 3. Okay, you're all in on the center. Center it is. Let's do it. Let's see what you got. I did like the I won the Vincent. I guessed I won the Vincent. Sadly, no. I'm I'm sorry. A Sabatender. There he is. A Chocobo Kick. A Undercity Dire Rat. The Fate of the Sunkissed. It's Christ. But Sunkissed sounds better. Sahagin. Quit Sahagin the cards. Uh-huh. Okay. Crossroads Village. Stolen Uniform. We'll go ahead and read what this does. Let's see how they represent a stolen uniform. For 1 blue mana, choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until the end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, when you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it. So it's a way to kind of borrow equipment, it sounds like. A lot of these cards I feel like I would have to see, and then I would get it. But I haven't seen it yet. Yacht! King of the Dwarves. Ooh, we got the Dark Knight's Great Sword. Another cool piece of equipment. Let's see what it does. Equipped creature gets +3 attack and is a knight in addition to other types. To equip it, you have to pay 3 life, and you can activate only once each turn. That's pretty powerful. If you've got a deck that heals you up, That's pretty good to go. All right, we have a side quest card collection. I've always made the joke that that's what we're on right now. When this enchantment enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. At the beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, transform this, and it transforms into the magicked card. It is a artifact vehicle 4/4 flying crew 1. So that seems pretty good. That actually seems like it would be a good vehicle for the Sephiroth deck. All right, here's a rare card. I don't think I have this one either. Maybe I got it. I don't remember. Choco, Seeker of Paradise. He's a good chocobo. From Final Fantasy V. Nope, from Final Fantasy IX. I thought they were talking about Boko. This is Choco. He's different. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. That's kind of crazy. It's a weirdly expensive spell. Not weirdly expensive, but it requires 1 generic, 1 green, 1 white, and 1 blue mana. And whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1 attack until the end of the turn. For 3/5 Chocobo. That seems like that could be cool. That seems like a powerful bird. So it's based on the Chocobo minigame in Final Fantasy IX where you did a lot of digging. And so it's kind of funny that it's a spell all about digging through your library for what you need. Again, seems very fitting. Ooh, we got another rare card. This one's full of Moogles. If my wife's still watching, Moogles, they're here. Moogle's Valor. It's a instant. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until the end of your turn. Thanks, Moogles. We're in your debt, says Lock Cole. That seems pretty good, too. I don't know. That seems good. That seems like a good way to build up some life back. We have a foil of Tifa's Limit Break. And then we have Rabanastra, the Royal City, and a Treasure and Hero token. Overall, that was like, there was nothing crazy good in that pack. As you can see, we didn't put anything over there, but we could have. There could have been 2, so I think that was a good choice, Xantar. I think you picked well. I am going to pick this one. Not that it's a competition, but now let us compare who picked better. But not a competition. Hashtag not a competition. But I will brag about it if it's better. But don't worry, because it's not a competition. Sabatender. Grand Pulse Ochu. Vincent's Limit Break. Good we got 2 of them, because we got 2 Vincents now. It would be a shame if somebody other than Vincent made use of that card. The Dwarven Castle Guard. The bread and butter of the Cloud deck. Sage Noliths. Slash of Light. Monk's Fist. That's the second fist. That's a double fisting. It's not recommended, but we can do it here. Ambrosia Whiteheart. I double checked. I didn't want another Heartily situation. Ambrosia Whiteheart. Overkill. I like Overkill. I think this is a fun card. I'll read it because we haven't read about it, but it is in one of the decks I played. Target creature gets -0 attack and -9,999 defense until the end of the turn. Super dead is what happens. Gladiolus Amacita. It's a Final Fantasy 15 person. I have no connection to them, and I think their name is stupid. But maybe when I play that game, I'll feel differently. All right, now we're getting into stuff I like because it's another Moogle. This is Stiltskin, Moogle Merchant. There he is. He's happy. He's a happy guy. He's going to sell you stuff. Let's read about Stiltskin. He's a 1/2, 1 light mana cost. He has lifelink. For cost of 2 mana, you can tap him. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. So you can give up control of another target permanent you control. So you give them something, but you get something. I mean, that makes sense. He's a merchant. So you sell something, and you get something out of it. You know what? We've been so stingy. We'll sleeve Stiltskin. Sleeve Stiltskin alone. Vincent's over there looking sad. He can have a friend in the form of Stiltskin, the Moogle Merchant. Oh my gosh. Surprise. We're gonna put another card in. Well, I like this one, and we'll do an Aerith sleeve for this one. Again, fittingly. We have Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII, a full art card with the great ninja herself. Let's see what it is. Legendary creature, Yuffie, Kisaragi, Commander Ninjutsu for 1 water, 1 black. Whenever a ninja you control deals combat damage to a player, reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. Each opponent loses life equal to that card's mana value. That's pretty good. I like it a lot. And it's the classic Tetsuya Nomura art. Pretty iconic for Final Fantasy VII, so it gets a cool art sleeve. And while this next card is cool, it will not get sleeved. It's a foil. Well, it's not going to get sleeved yet. Most of these will probably get sleeved. Not doing it on the show, though. Item Shopkeep. But a foil version. Then we have Plains. I like this Plains card because it's the 7th Heaven bar. Any card associated with Tifa just really is a winner. And then we have a hero and a frog. We need those frogs. We got Quina. How's she going to eat frogs if we don't have frogs? So again, not that it was a competition, because it wasn't, but that was a pretty good deck. It was a pretty good one. But we don't have to compare because it wasn't a competition. What is a competition is that I'm calling it this deck, this pack, not deck, this pack is going to be even better. Okay. I've set the bar high. It has to be better than that last one. And I liked that last one. Okay. Suplex. I've actually been curious about this because I've always wondered if there's any sort of like use connection between suplex and train. It is a sorcery. Choose one. Suplex deals 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead, or exile a target artifact. Now, I don't have the Phantom Train in front of me, but I do wonder if those cards interact in any way. So if that train pops up, we're going to have to compare. We're going to have to find out. See if you can, in fact, suplex the train. Bard's Bow. And the reason for that, for anybody that doesn't know, is in Final Fantasy VI, you do have an ability which is suplex. You kind of put in a Street Fighter code for the guy's special abilities. He actually looks like he's from Street Fighter. He looks like Guile. And one of them is suplex. You do fight a train called Phantom Train, and you can do suplex to the train. It looks, it's ridiculous. And it's just another one of those running gags of things you can do. We got another Malboro. The train is an artifact, so it does. It connects to it. That's awesome. That's really cool then. Cloudbound Moogle. I'm glad to see you can suplex the train. It makes me incredibly happy. Dragoon's Wyvern. Let's see what this does. Flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. You know, if you did this, and then you put the Dragoon's Lance on that hero, you would literally make a Dragoon. Fun fact. Just like Chris punching a boulder. No, suplexing a train is cool. Chris punching a boulder is lame. No, it's fine. I need to get over my not liking Chris Redfield phase. But I'm going to continue to not like Chris Redfield. Look, we all know Resident Evil has 2 S-tier heroes. Leon Scott Kennedy and Jill Valentine. Those are your 2 S-tier Resident Evil characters. In the A tier, which is still really good, to be fair, that's where you get Claire and Chris Redfield. I put Claire there because I think Claire should get more focus than she does. Claire, realistically, is not in A tier. She's probably in B tier. But I'm just going to say Chris is probably A tier. But I still don't like him. Laughing Mad. We've diverged on Star Wars and Resident Evil. You all have really found a way to derail. Next up, we're going to talk about Mega Man. Laughing Mad and Ilmeg Pixie were the next 2 cards, for those of you that aren't paying constant attention to what's on the screen. Barrett Wallace. Love Barrett. The thing I like about Barrett is that, to me, as soon as I saw his card, without even reading it, I was like, oh, well, that card will definitely have reach, because I was going up against the deck that was using flying for its characters. And I was like, oh, well, Barrett will have reach. And I hadn't read the card yet. And then I looked and it had reach. And it makes sense because literally in Remake, that's how they delineate him. So it's like you've got Cloud for melee. Oh, he can't reach these things. Put in Barrett. He can reach it. So I like that attention to detail. That's an obvious detail, but it's a good detail. Clash of the Icons, Sorcery. Where does Steve grade in Resident Evil? He is F tier, garbage tier. Steve is awful. The problem with Steve is that he brings Claire down. Like, he's so bad that he actually hurts Claire with his awfulness. And it shouldn't even work that way. But he's literally so bad that he can make a character that is like Claire should be an A tier character. She might even potentially be an S tier. But Steve is so bad, and the problems with Code Veronica are so large that he actually pulls Claire down at least a letter grade. This is Clash of the Icons. Everybody's like, I didn't sign up for this. I want to hear about the magic cards. Please stop talking about Resident Evil. All right, we had the foil version of this. It's the side quest, Raise a Chocobo. John, do you know about Surge Foils? Isn't that just the foil card, or is that something different? Is Surge Foils something different? What do I need to look out for with Surge Foils? Oh man, you guys. Hold up. Hold up. I said the cards I wanted earlier, and I foil, but the pattern is wavy. How do I know if it's wavy or not? Is there an easy way to tell that? Do you have to check it? Shit, now I gotta go through all my foil cards and find out. No, I didn't know about this. You'd have to Google images to see what it looks like. Okay. To see the pattern. All right, well, first, before we fall down that rabbit hole, this was not on the list of cards I wanted, but it would have been if I had realized it was a card. So let's talk about Y'shtola Rule. We got Y'shtola, everybody. Now, granted, this is early Final Fantasy XIV Y'shtola. She hasn't come into her full powers, but still, Y'shtola is great. She's one of the best scions. Of course, she's a blue mana card. Let's look at it. Cat Druid. I don't think she's a druid, but we'll read on. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, if it's first end step of the turn, there is an additional end step after this step. Okay, so here's why this is thematically accurate to Y'shtola. Y'shtola is smart. If there's one thing that Final Fantasy XIV will remind you is that Y'shtola is the smartest of the scions. Very, very high up there. She's smart. And I think to understand what I just read, you have to be smart. So it is fitting that it is the description for Y'shtola, because I just read that description and I have no idea what it means. Maybe if Bo explained it to me, I would know. But I haven't listened to this episode yet, and I don't know. So, Y'shtola, cool card. Got the Aerith protection on sleeve. And I still don't know what she does. Explain to me in the comments what Y'shtola does. All right, what's next? A Colosseum Behemoth. It's a foil. I don't think it's a Surge foil because there's nothing wavy about it. So, yeah, Colosseum Behemoth. There it is. That's a cool card to have a foil of, I think. I'm just annoyed that now there's another type of foil I have to figure out. Swamp and a Hero Wizard token. I did like that pack a lot because I'm happy to have a Y'shtola card. I thought the only way I was going to get a Y'shtola card was with the Commander deck, because there is a Y'shtola Commander deck. Okay, let's go to the next pack here. Surge foil is fairly rare. Okay. That came right back at me, but we deftly avoided it. All right, we have an art card in the back of this one. Let's see what else we got. We've got Call of the Mountain Chocobo. It's like that song. In the Hall of the Mountain King. They're basically the exact same thing, except they have only one thing in common. Gubu Gardner. Surges are collector booster exclusives, I believe. Well, that makes it easier, because then I definitely don't have one. That's, there we go. Solved. Vincent's Limit Break. The Rook Turret. White Mage's Staff. Syncopate. Monk's Fist. Fire Magic. Judge Master Gabranth. He's your Darth Vader, in case anybody's wondering. Sleep Magic. Some people have said me opening cards is sleep magic, and I'm happy to perform that duty. Here's an alternate art card I actually already have. We'll go ahead and we'll sleeve it anyway, but we've gotten this one before. Torgal, a Fine Hound. It is Fine Hound. That's the big thing. I'm just going to take all these duplicate alternate ones that are supposed to be very rare and see if I can trade for something else I want, like a regular ass Emmett Selk, which is rare enough. All right, what else we got? Okay, here's another rare card. Minwu, the White Mage. Good old Final Fantasy II Minwu. Joined your team for a time. What does Minwu do? Vigilance and Lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on each cleric you control. So he will make white mages even better. You know what, Minwu? You're doing a good job. You've got nice art. You seem strong. We'll put you in a sleeve. There we go. Oops. All right, we have a foil of Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. Nice foil there. We've got Guadasalam, the Far Plain Gateway. And we have another art card. And man, do we have a theme with our art cards today. I gotta tell you, it's crazy. Somehow, we got another Grahatia. Alternate art card, or not alternate, just art card. It's different from the other one, though. This is our second Grahatia art card of the day. And you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy to have it. I would have liked a regular card, maybe a little better, but I'll take it. All right. Where are we at? What are we down to? 2, 4. We have 6 packs left. We're almost to the bottom 5. Now, Xantar has been very dedicated to the stream. And Xantar says the middle is the way to go. So for the top 5, I don't want to take one from the middle. So we're going to take one from the right. Watch. This one's going to be the one we're most excited about, even though we're making a big deal about the final 5. Perfect. Okay. Summon Girlfriend Ifrit. Gigantode. Shinra Reinforcements. Ice Flan, Magitech Infantry, Prisha's Wanderings. So far, it hasn't been amazing, but we're very early. Iron Giant. I shouldn't get discouraged early. Battle menu. Let's see what battle menu does. Okay, choose one. Attack. Create a 2/2 White Knight creature token. Ability. Target creature gets 4 defense until end of turn. Magic. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Ooh. And item. You gain 4 life. That's really cool because that's basically your status menu. I really like that as a card. I wish that was in my cloud deck. Maybe we got to find a way to put that in there because that's a cool card. Albed Salvagers. Ride the Shoe Puff. That's Final Fantasy X. Ride the Shoe Puff. I don't like riding the Shoe Puff. All right, let's look at this because this is my favorite summon and now I can finally understand it. Crystal Fragments. So let's read about it. For 1 white mana, artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets 1/1. For 5 mana, 2 white, exile this equipment, then return it to the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. The summon then becomes Alexander. Sacrifice after 3 lore counters. On 1 lore counter and 2 lore counters, prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. And on turn 3, tap all creatures your opponent controls. So that's good, because Alexander's a very defensive summon. So that's all about guaranteeing that you're going to not take damage and be able to deal damage without getting damaged in return. So, very cool. We have Saz Catsroy from Final Fantasy 13. This is the guy who has a chocobo living in his hair. When Saz Catsroy enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Whenever Saz Catsroy attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, then double the number of 1/1 counters on that creature. That's pretty cool. Sounds like he goes well with the Chocobo decks, which makes sense because he likes Chocobos. He's a Chocobo guy. And it sounds like it would go well with that. Okay. Foil card is Zidane, Tantalus Thief. Happy to get that one as a foil card. Because, Zidane's cool. It's a cool card. And we're going to sleeve it. I am running out of sleeves, regular sleeves. We got lots of Aerith sleeves still. But we'll go ahead and put him in a sleeve. And grab a couple more. All right. I could only reach the white sleeves easily at this point. So all generic sleeves now are going to be white. Okay, so we're down to the final 5. Let's go ahead and keep Xanthar's Dream alive. We'll go from the left. We're going to see if we can count down to the coolest pack of the thing. Can we do it? I don't know. How will it work? I also don't know. Will we continue to ask questions we don't have the answer to? Yes, 100%. Throw that. Okay, we got an art card. So this is at least building to something here. We got haste magic. We got a Gigantode. Not just any toad, a gigantoad. Vane's Treachery. A rook turret. You're not alone. Just remember that. That's a card, but it's also, if you're out there, if you're listening to this, just remember, you're not alone. Retrieve the Esper. I don't know why, I just wanted to focus a little better. Hey, camera, focus. There we go. Hill Gigas. Here's the other. I feel like I've seen the alternate art card so many times for this that I was shocked to see the regular. Torgal, a fine hound. Snow Villers, or Villier, or however you say it. I want to live in a world where it's pronounced Snow Villers. Like the Massamune, I'm going to insist on this incorrect pronunciation if you push me on this. The Valkyrie Aerial Unit. I believe this is maybe my first time getting this one. All right, we got... Wait, I forgot to put the last two cards from the last set. I got a foil Trino the Dark City. Apparently I gave up after I put that one in here. So there's that. But we do have another card we are going to sleeve. And it's going to be a card. It's going to continue the long-standing tradition of me needing to sleeve cards for Final Fantasies I'm not as excited about. But hey, we got Vincent. We got some good stuff. But we've got this alternate art of Prompto Argentum from Final Fantasy 15. I have no idea who he is. Hopefully he's cool. Hopefully you're excited. I'm excited. I'm on Final Fantasy 10. When I get to 15, this might become my favorite card. I don't know. But right now, it's this cool art where they put the number behind it. Final Fantasy 15 Prompto. There he is. It's worth $1.99. It's worth more than that to me. Okay, Clive's Hideaway. This is a rare land. It's town. Come on, camera, focus. Focus, you can do this. Clive's Hideaway. All right, we've got another, somehow, yet another rare card here. This pack is doing good. We might not be able to outdo this pack. This one I am excited for. This is from a Final Fantasy I've played. We have a foil alternate art. We're just going to keep throwing modifiers on it of Kuja Genome Sorcerer. And for those of you who know the card, this is a black-red magic. It is double-sided because it is also Trans Kuja Fate Defied. Is a alternate art of that as well. And a foil. I don't know about this whole Surge foil thing, but it's a foil. This seems super cool. I've never even seen this card before, let alone the alternate art version of this card. Is it worth $12? It's worth more than that to me. This one's definitely worth more than that to me. For sure. I know it. Hang out over there, Kuja. The world might not appreciate you, but I do. I do. Gone. The Town of Ruin. That's the land that we got for this one. And finally, our art card for today is the art card Farewell from Final Fantasy X. This would have actually been a really fitting last pack. I think we should have found a way for this one to be the last one. We would have ended on Farewell. We got some real nice Yuna and Tidus art. All right. To the middle. I think that's right. We're down to the last three. We are. All right, a middle pack again. Xantar says the middle pack's always the way to go. I don't know if that's... He always says it's good. We'll see. Let's see if we can build off of the last one. I don't know if we can. That was big. Can I see that Kuja card again? Looking for the number at the bottom. Yeah. Let's see. The number at the bottom, I'll do my best to get it right up there. Can you see it? I'm trying to hold still, I swear. Oh no, it's an ad. Quick. Someone gift a sub. It should be me, but I'm opening packs. 0399. I guess I could have done that. R0399. I could have said it. I could have been helpful. Look at everybody else being helpful. Everyone is more helpful than me. I just said subscribe. All right. Item shop keep. I was not helpful at all and don't deserve that as a suggestion. Sector 7, thank you. Gishal Greens. Did I finally say it right? No, probably not. Sephiroth reading. You're not alone. Dragoon's Wyvern. Laughing Mad. Summon Shiva. So this isn't the Jill's Dominant. This is just a regular Shiva. Let's see what she does. Sacrifice after 3 lore counters. Heavenly Strike. Tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. So it freezes you in place for 2, and then at the end it does Diamond Dust. Draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. Shambling Seath. That Kuja's only worth $3.91. I'm disappointed. Not because I wanted a lot of money for it, because I would keep it. I just think it's a foil of an alternate art card for a character that is cool. It's a cool card. Yeah. And I feel like it is not reaching cool card value at $3.91. I don't want it to be worth an insane amount of money. But I feel like it should be worth a cool card amount of money. That's all I think. But let's talk about the Samurai's Katana. This is an equipment we haven't read yet, so let's take a moment to read it. There we go. Man, we got to get really close for the camera to focus right now. Equipped creature gets 2/2, has trample and haste, and is a samurai in addition to its other types. That's good. Man, katanas are awesome. Oh man, everybody. Hold on. We're gonna do it. One of the goals of this stream has been reached. Not the highest goal, but there were a few that I said I wanted to achieve, and we have achieved one. I said I wanted an S-tier Sid. And ladies and gentlemen, after one duplicate Sid After last time where we got some A tier and C tier Sids, we have an S tier Sid on our hands. Let's give a shout out to Sid, Timeless Artificer, Sid from Final Fantasy 16. There it is. The saddest little horn. Anyway, this is what I consider an S tier Sid right here. And we got him, and we're putting him in an Aerith card sleeve because this is a quality Sid. You kind of have to hear his voice to know that he's an awesome Sid, but he's like he's got the open shirt. He's got charisma. He's a good Sid. Misadventures in Store. Thank you for the gifted sub specifically to Sector 7. Essentially, I sounded bad when I suggested gifting him a sub, and now I'm going to sound even worse saying this after she gifted you that. It's basically me gifting you that sub. So now I'm going to take credit for it. I'm not going to be able to win. Misadventure in Store, thank you very much for gifting that sub. Much deserved. You've given 22 subs in the channel. That's very generous of you, of us. All right, what else? Oh my gosh, you guys! This pack is really good. I just finished putting this. If there's an Emmett Selk in this pack, we're having a banger here. We got to get out the Aerith sleeve again, because the next card I'm gonna explode. Yeah, Xantar, right? He's like center's best. Yep. Next up, Tifa Lockhart. There she is. Number 2 on the list of things I wanted that have now just been in this pack. We got a Tifa card. It's really turned into the birthday pack right at the end. It's like, I know, we kept you waiting. Put that with a S tier Sid. All right, what else we got? Okay, next up we have a very cool alternate art card, I believe. We have the Wild Rose Rebellion, a mono art, which I always like. So, Wild Rose Rebellion, right there. That will get sleeved. So, Xantar, it continues. Center is delivering. It has made the strongest case. Maybe we should put these on their side. I think maybe they would stand up better on their side. We could fit more in there. Okay, what else we got? What else can this deck possibly give us? A foil. You can't. It's hard to tell. There it is. You can see it a little bit. Of the Final Days. That's pretty good. That will get sleeved. I don't feel the need to do it right now, but that will get sleeved. And then we got Vector, the Imperial Capital, and a Wizard and Bird token. Center has indeed been really good. Now, we're obviously going to end with the Center pack because we've gotten superstitious around here. We're down to the final 3. So, chat, pick your team. It's not meant to sound political. In fact, here, let's avoid... Sometimes people make political comments. Well, no, it's just easier to say. Sorry, say left or right. It's not political. You don't have to feel bad about it. You just pick. Say left or right. Make your vote. Man, saying vote sounds like it's a vote. Just pick left or right, chat. Choose your side. Left, just to be safe. It doesn't matter. Just pick a side. You can't pick mid because we're saving that for last because superstition has saved us. Okay, chat in general is siding with left. Okay, I will go ahead and claim the right side then, as if that was where my vote was. And center will be last because we're all superstitious here. Let's start with what you guys and gals have chosen for the final 3 packs, possibly ever. We're going to start with Suplex. After we dine on a little Suplex, we're going to have a little helping of Grand Pulse Ochu. We're going to follow that up with Sephiroth's Intervention. Then a small sampling of Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. A Dwarven Castle Guard. Magic Damper. Blitzball. I don't know why Blitzball is just sticking out so much more this go around. Shitoto, Tactician Magician. Saz's Chocobo. There we go. We got the man. Now we got his Chocobo. Restoration Magic. I don't know if I've gotten this one yet. Summon Girlfriend Cerberus. That's pretty good. I think that's new. I don't think I've gotten Cerberus yet as a summon. Oh, wow. I like this one a lot. I'm going to say this is good. We're going to sleeve this one for sure. Newfound Adventure from Final Fantasy XIV. Yes, it makes me think of Dawn Trail, which isn't as exciting as thinking of all the moments that are around it, but I loved the idea. You've put all of your Final Fantasy XIV behind you, and now it's time for your Newfound Adventure. I think that's a cool card. Cool card, and we're going to sleeve it for sure. Say that Magician one 5 times fast. Shantoto, Tactician, Magician, Shantoto... oh, nope, hold on. Let's try again. You got me. Got me on one. Let's see if we can do it. The hardest part is trying to remember what the card's name is. If I can read it, I'd be better, but she's long gone now. Shantoto, Magician... Nope, it's Tactician, Magician. Shantoto, Tactician, Magician, Shantoto, Tactician, Magician, Shantoto, Tactician, Magician, Shantoto, Tactician, Magician, Shantoto, Tactician, Magician. There you go. We had to warm up. I wasn't ready. Okay. Ooh, nice. I don't know if I've seen this card yet. We'll go ahead and sleeve this one too. This one's pretty cool. It is a foil of Midgar, City of Mako. And this is a sorcery. You may sacrifice an artifact or creature. If you do, draw 2 cards. Then exile this card. You may play it later from exile. And then when you enter it, it is a black magic land. So we'll go ahead and put that in a sleeve. I'm going to spend so much time sleeving and changing all of these cards because I was just doing it willy-nilly, and I'm going to have a logic to it next time, I swear. But that is not going to be streamed, and that is a problem for another day. Finally, we have Forest, a basic land. And then we have a Bird Hero token, which I'm not doing a good job of showing. There it is, Bird Hero token. I have to say, chat, that was a very good pack. I thought it was quite good. Let's see what pack I chose. Now, you might say I chose by default, but, you know, in general, my tendency to go against the crowd would have gotten me to pick this anyway. So let's see if I can pull out a victory. Nope. Not with throwing that, I can't. Nope. It's right back where it was. There we go. All right, here we go. Heck dies. Mysidian Elder. Airship crash. Sephiroth reading books by candlelight with a glass of Chardonnay. White Auracite. Scorpion Sentinel. Weapons Vendor. Cactar. I love a good Cactar. That's a good card to see. Black Waltz number 3. The Prima Vista. Okay, here we go. This is a new card I have never seen before. This is from Final Fantasy 13. We have Sarah Farron. Sarah Farron, a legendary creature, human citizen. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Oh, she's good at making legendary creatures come out. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah Farron, which turns her into... Oh, almost dropped it. Let's not drop it. Crystallized Sarah. Come on. Camera. There we go. Crystallized Sarah. A legendary artifact. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast, and legendary creatures you control get 2/2. This seems pretty good. Seems like a good card. I don't know about you, but it seems like if you want to drop legendary creatures in your game, this seems like a good way to do it. We'll sleeve her. She doesn't turn into a crystal or anything. All right, I've gotten this card a couple times, so I'm going to assume he's not super valuable because I've seen it before. We'll probably see it again. Golbez, clad in darkness. It's the Golbez business. Again, I think this might be the 3rd time we've gotten him. Oh man, Just Tonka. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Congratulations, everybody. Golbez going in the sleeve for a 3rd time. He will feel special. Even though the 3 don't make him necessarily feel special. But everybody, thank Just Tonka in the chat if you got a sub. It's very nice. A foil of the Warrior Sword. The Gongaga Reactor Town land. And then our art card. A very cool art card, which goes against how I feel about the character, maybe. Kamari from Final Fantasy X. Character that I always thought looked like the coolest character, and then I met him and was not the most interesting character from my experience so far. I haven't beaten the game. Maybe he's a grower, not a shower. I don't know. But you know what, Kamari? I do like you enough to put your art card in a sleeve and drop you right there. All right, everybody. It's time. I pick up this here box. I take out the pack. I throw the box. It's over there. It's away. What we have here is the last Final Fantasy Magic card pack I will likely ever open. Not for lack of want, not for lack of trying, but I think I've exercised as much goodwill with my wife as I can, and I've exercised as much money as I have. This is it. This is the magic. And look, we might build this up too much, and there might not be anything good in here. If that's the case, it's okay. The journey is the friends we made along the way. And it's not about whether or not we got the card we really wanted or not. Look, realistically, there is no way this pack contains every card I want. Some things are not going to be achieved. Just like in life, we might have many goals we hoped for, but all we get is this one pack. And there's no way this one pack has everything in it. But what it has is a final opportunity for us to come together and read a lot of duplicates and then get excited and maybe a little disappointed at the end. That's just like life. So let's open it. Let's do it. The final pack. The grand finale. This is for all the marbles. What will be in it? Who knows? I can tell you, it will have an art card. I know that much. Okay. Let's begin. A Q-Trub forayer. Not forager, forayer. He forays, not forages. The Light of Judgment. Chocobo food. The Fate of the Suncrest. Ice Magic. Crossroads Village. World Map. Quistis Trepe. Random Encounter. Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. X-Death, Void Warlock. Okay. I have now seen what likely is the rarest card of the pack. So I'm going to save it for the end. So first up, we'll do a foil forest. Then, ironically, there's a lot of irony in this deck. We have a foil blitz ball shot. Our art card is actually an art card we've gotten before, so it is a little bit of a duplicate. Estinian. Looking very cool. We'll go ahead and put that in a sleeve. I think that's the second Estinian art card that I've gotten, though. Because I don't have an Estinian card. But I have seen this art, and I think it might be the second time I've gotten it. All right. The final card. the rare card for the center pack. The final card for our journey into Magic. And the card that will be going in a Aerith sleeve, a special Aerith sleeve, is none other than an alternate art for Aerith Gainsborough. Gainsborough, there's an S. Aerith Gainsborough from Final Fantasy VII. Again, seemingly very fitting considering it's going into an Aerith sleeve. That's what I picked for it. The middle delivers. The middle does deliver. Let's secure it. There we go. Aerith on the front, Aerith on the back. Seemingly very fitting. And a very fitting close. As we wrap this up, let's take a quick look at because we already did half of them. Speaking of weird, just connections. So I wanted to do the cards that we sleeved in reverse order as we kind of go back through it and look at it, take the journey again of what we got that was the rare sleeved cards. Ironically, because I was going in reverse order, the first card we sleeved of this second half was Aerith, the regular one. Then we got the alternate art of Vincent Valentine. We have Stiltskin, the Moogle Merchant. We have Yuffie. We have Y'shtola Rule. Torgal, a Fine Hound. Minwu White Mage. Art of Grahatia. Our second art of Grahatia. A foil of Zidane, Tantalus Thief. Prompto Argentum. Art of Tidus and Yuna. I believe it was called Farewell. Again, fitting. Our cool foil Kuja card. S-tier Sid from Final Fantasy XVI. Tifa Lockhart. Wild Rose Rebellion. Newfound Adventure. Midgar, City of Mako, foil. Sarah Farron. Golbez, Clad in Darkness. Art of Kamari. Art of Estinian. And closing out our Magic the Gathering journey and the stream, because it's a long stream. We've been going for almost 5 hours. I thought somebody was going to be, I don't remember who said it, might have been Xantar, said it's going to be a 6-hour stream at this rate. I thought it was a joke. We nearly reached it. Our final card, Aerith Gainsborough. In an Aerith sleeve. Very fitting to close it all out. So, we find ourselves here again, at the end of the stream. Cards, not cards themselves, but card wrappers littering the floor. And we have to ask ourselves, what did we learn? Well, this time we've learned quite a bit, because I actually kind of know how to play Magic now. I didn't before, but now I do. I got a lot of cards. A lot of cards that I never thought I would collect. I got a lot of things I wanted. I didn't get a couple things I really wanted. I had a good time. I hope you all had fun too. And I gained a lot of important memories. Like I said, this game, I read through the book, and the very first thing I did when I was done with the book is I taught my stepson everything I knew, which was very little, so it was very quick. And I played my first game of Magic with him. That's a cool memory that I will value and will mean a lot to me. I've scratched something off my nerd list that I've wanted to do for a long time, which is learn and play some of this. I played a new card game on the computer, which we'll talk about on Core. And had a lot of fun along the way, and I'm excited to learn and do more. So the journey will continue, even if opening pack after pack after pack after pack will not. Thank you, everybody, for being here who joined me for this. I hope you had a good time. I hope you got something out of this. If you did, let me know. And if you took this journey with me and this was your first experience with all of it, let me know that too. Otherwise, take care of yourselves. I appreciate you. And I'll catch you next time. Till then, bye, everybody.